Tonight we enter the dry silence of southern Mesopotamia, where the ground still remembers cities older than nearly every kingdom you know. In the 19th century, archaeologists began lifting clay tablets from ruined temple libraries across ancient Iraq. Many were cracked, scorched, or buried beneath fallen walls, yet the wedge-shaped marks pressed into them survived with remarkable patience. Scholars at Oxford University, Yale University, and major museums spent generations learning how to read those signs. Their work revealed tax accounts, hymns, legal disputes, royal boasts, and stories about divine beings called the Anunnaki. You stand at the edge of that discovery now. The evening air feels warm against your face. Fine dust settles along your sleeves, and the faint smell of baked earth rises from the broken ground. Somewhere beyond the ruins, reeds move beside a dark river. Nothing here seems eager to explain itself. That is part of the mystery. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And as the ancient landscape slowly takes shape, share your location and local time in the comments. It is strangely comforting to imagine listeners across the world gathering beside the same quiet ruins. The oldest Sumerian cities appeared more than 5,000 years ago in the broad plain between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Places such as Uruk, Nippur, Uau, and Eridu became centres of trade, worship, government, and writing. Records confirm that these communities built temples, managed irrigation canals, counted grain, and organised labour on an impressive scale. They also preserved stories describing a world shaped by divine councils and cosmic decisions. The Anunnaki belonged to that sacred landscape. In the earliest texts, they were not visitors from another planet. They were a group of powerful gods connected with authority, judgment, fertility, kingship, and the underworld. Their exact number changed between traditions. Sometimes they appeared as a broad assembly. Elsewhere, they were described as a smaller circle of divine rulers. This uncertainty matters. It suggests that Sumerian religion was never a single fixed system, preserved without change. Every city honoured its own patron deity, maintained its own temple traditions, and reshaped older stories according to local needs. A priest in Nippur might describe the divine order differently from a scribe working in Eridu. Neither would necessarily believe the other was entirely wrong. Ancient theology could be flexible when convenient. Human institutions often are. Your footsteps carry you toward the remains of a temple platform. Its mud bricks have softened beneath centuries of wind and rain, yet the outline still rises above the plain. Once priests climbed here before sunrise. They carried food, oil, beer, wool, and incense into rooms considered the earthly homes of the gods. Offerings were arranged carefully, because divine favour was believed to protect the city from hunger, disease, invasion, and flood. The Anunnaki were woven into this world of obligation. They were not remote ideas discussed only by philosophers. They belonged to rituals, royal ceremonies, burial beliefs, and stories performed before living audiences. A council decree preserved on clay can reveal how temples owned land and employed workers. A hymn can reveal how those same institutions described the universe. The practical and the sacred existed side by side. One tablet might record sheep, another might describe heaven. Both came from the same room. This is where the later mystery begins, because the Anunnaki story known today is very different from the one found in ancient texts. Modern retellings often describe them as advanced beings who descended from the sky, created humanity for labour, and vanished after ruling the earliest civilizations. These claims became popular through 20th century books and later spread through films, radio programs, and online discussions. The ancient evidence is quieter. Sumerian texts certainly describe gods descending, creating, judging, and assigning human duties. Yet these scenes belong to a mythological language shared across the ancient Near East. The gods travel between heaven and earth because that is what gods do within the story. They speak in councils, they demand temples, they become angry when neglected. They also behave with the confidence of officials who have never waited in a grain line. There is gentle humour hidden in some of these tales. Divine beings argue, complain, become jealous, and occasionally create greater problems than the humans beneath them. Immortality, it seems, does not guarantee administrative skill. A quirky tradition even describes gods becoming exhausted by their own labour before humans take over certain burdens. This detail would later inspire dramatic claims about humanity being engineered as a workforce. Yet scholars continue to debate how literally ancient audiences understood such stories. Some historians see them primarily as religious explanations for social order. Others emphasize political meaning, suggesting that divine labour myths reflected the harsh realities of workers serving temples and palaces. Another group studies the stories as poetic reflections on mortality, responsibility, and the uneasy relationship between rulers and the ruled. The debate remains open. No surviving tablet gives you a simple statement explaining what every Sumerian believed. The evidence comes in fragments, copied across centuries by scribes who inherited traditions much older than themselves. Imagine one of those scribes now. He sits on a woven mat inside a narrow schoolroom. Morning light enters through a high opening, leaving most of the walls in shadow. Wet clay rests in his palm. His teacher recites a line, and he presses each sign carefully with a reed stylus. One mistake means smoothing the surface and beginning again. He is not trying to hide history. He is trying to remember it. This distinction becomes important when people ask why the Anunnaki story disappeared. The answer may not begin with a deliberate erasure. It may begin with something far more ordinary. Languages change. Cities burn. Libraries collapse. New kings favour new gods, while old temples lose land and influence. Scribes stop copying certain texts because their patrons no longer require them. A story does not need any to vanish. It only needs silence. The Sumerian language gradually ceased to be spoken in daily life, though scholars and priests continued using it for centuries. Akkadian became dominant, and many Sumerian myths were translated, adapted, or absorbed into later Babylonian and Assyrian traditions. Names changed, roles shifted, divine families were rearranged. The Anunnaki survived, but not always in the same form. In some later texts, they became strongly associated with the underworld. In others, they remained members of a heavenly assembly. Their identity depended on the period, city, and purpose of the composition. This is not evidence of a single forbidden account being removed. It is evidence of a tradition constantly rewritten. Still, the feeling of loss is real. You sense it while standing among the ruins, where thousands of tablets may remain buried beneath layers of mud, brick, and windblown sand. Archaeologists have recovered enormous collections, yet many texts remain damaged or untranslated. Some tablets sit in museum storage, waiting for specialists with enough time to study them. Others entered private collections without clear records of where they were found. Context disappears easily. A tablet taken from a temple archive means something different from the same tablet found in a merchant's house. Without its location, part of its story is already gone. Researchers from the University of Chicago and other major institutions have spent decades cataloguing these fragments. Their dictionaries and text projects allow scholars to compare signs across thousands of documents. This patient work rarely produces dramatic headlines. It produces something better. It produces clarity. And clarity tells you that the Anunnaki were genuine figures of ancient religion, not a modern invention. It also tells you that many popular claims go far beyond what the tablets actually say. Between those two truths lies the deeper question. Why did these gods become so easy to reinvent? Perhaps the answer rests in the silence surrounding them. Most people never learn Sumerian mythology in school. Few can read the original language, so the surviving stories are scattered, incomplete, and filled with unfamiliar symbols. An empty space invites imagination, and imagination rarely travels alone. It brings hope, suspicion, fear, and the desire to believe that someone has hidden the true beginning of humanity. You look again across the plain. The sky has darkened to deep blue, and the first stars appear above the ruined temple. The river moves unseen beyond the reeds. Long before recorded history became a phrase used by modern scholars, the people here already imagined ages beyond memory. They told of divine rulers, ancient kings, terrible floods, and decisions made before human beings understood their place. Those stories were not erased in a single moment. They faded, changed, and waited. Now the clay is speaking again, very softly. And you are only beginning to hear it. Your mind drifts across a plain that does not yet resemble the crowded heartland of later Mesopotamia. The land is flatter, wetter, and more uncertain than the maps suggest. Rivers change direction without warning. Marshes spread beneath the sun, and reed beds conceal narrow channels of dark water. You feel damp soil beneath your sandals. The scent of mud, fish, smoke, and crushed reeds hangs in the warm air. Small settlements rise on patches of higher ground, where families build houses from packed earth and woven plants. There are no marble monuments here. There are no imperial roads. Yet something astonishing is beginning. Between the 6th and 4th millennia before the Common Era, communities in southern Mesopotamia developed increasingly complex systems of farming, trade, ritual, and shared labour. Archaeological research associated with the University of Chicago has helped reconstruct this slow transformation through pottery, settlement patterns, building remains, and administrative objects. The evidence does not describe one sudden birth of civilization. It reveals thousands of small decisions. People dig canals, they store grain, they breed animals, they exchange stone, timber, and metals across landscapes where those resources are naturally scarce. A village becomes larger. A shrine becomes more elaborate. A household leader becomes an official. A seasonal gathering becomes an institution. The process feels almost ordinary until you consider the result. Eventually, in a place such as Uruk contain monumental buildings, crowded neighbourhoods, workshops, storehouses, and organised systems of accounting, human life becomes more concentrated than ever before. You walk through one of these early urban spaces beneath a pale morning sky. The streets are narrow and irregular. Mud brick walls rise close on both sides, their surfaces warm from yesterday's heat. A donkey complains somewhere nearby. A potter turns clay beside an open doorway, while children carry baskets toward a courtyard where grain is being measured. The city is alive with small sounds. Sandals scraped, reeds creak, wooden doors shift on rough pivots. This is not yet the polished world imagined in royal inscriptions. It is crowded, fragrant, noisy, and deeply dependent on cooperation. Records confirm that temple institutions managed large amounts of grain, wool, livestock, and labour. They employed workers, distributed rations, and coordinated production across wide areas. Such system required memory. Human memory was not enough. Tokens, seals, markings, and eventually writing developed partly because administrators needed to track goods and obligations. The earliest written signs were practical before they became literary. They counted barley. They listed sheep. They named workers. The first surviving writing does not begin with a grand declaration about the universe. It begins with management, which is perhaps civilization's least glamorous secret. Even divine order needs bookkeeping. Still, temples were never merely warehouses. They stood at the center of civic identity, linking economic life with ritual meaning. A city belonged to its patron deity, whose household was represented by the temple complex. The god owned the land in principle. Priests and officials managed it in practice. This arrangement allowed rulers to present political power as part of the cosmic order. Authority did not appear as a personal invention. It appeared as something ancient, sacred, and already established. That claim becomes important when Sumerian traditions describe kingship descending from heaven. The phrase sounds mysterious to modern ears. Within its ancient setting, it may have expressed the belief that legitimate rule came from divine approval. A king was not simply a strong man with soldiers. He governed because the gods had assigned a place to him. At least that was the official story. Ordinary residents may have held more complicated opinions, especially when taxes rose or canals failed. One fringe interpretation suggests that early cities expanded because survivors inherited knowledge from an unknown civilization destroyed by catastrophe. No accepted archaeological evidence confirms such a vanished advanced society. Yet the idea persists because urban development in southern Mesopotamia can appear surprisingly rapid when viewed from a great distance. Up close, the picture changes. Excavated layers reveal gradual experimentation, local setbacks, abandoned settlements, and shifting centres of power. Urban life was not delivered complete. It was assembled. Researchers connected with Yale University have emphasized how environmental pressure, trade networks, and social competition may have encouraged larger communities. Other scholars stress ritual cooperation and the growing authority of temple households. There is no single explanation accepted by everyone. Some archaeologists argue that irrigation demanded central leadership. Others reply that small communities could manage canals without kings, at least during earlier periods. The debate remains unsettled. Did cities create rulers, or did rulers create cities? Perhaps both processes strengthened each other. You pass beneath the shadow of a high platform where workers carry baskets of clay. The structure rises slowly, layer by layer, through repeated rebuilding. Each generation covers the work of the previous one. Older walls disappear inside newer walls. Sacred buildings become artificial hills, holding centuries of construction within their mass. The city literally grows upon its own memory. This is how forgotten timelines form. People living at the surface may know that their ancestors built below, yet they cannot see every buried room. Stories preserve certain names and ceremonies while daily life conceals the physical past. A temple foundation may contain deposits placed there by rulers no living person remembers. A broken figurine may rest beneath a floor for centuries. A sealed doorway may survive inside a later wall. Ancient inhabitants were surrounded by their own archaeologies. They understood that their cities were old, even when they could not measure that age precisely. This awareness encouraged stories about founding gods, primeval kings, and sacred plans established in distant time. Eridu offered one powerful example. Later Mesopotamian tradition regarded it as an exceptionally ancient city, closely associated with wisdom, fresh water, and divine order. Excavations revealed a long sequence of religious buildings constructed on the same sacred location. Modest early shrines gradually gave way to larger temples. Each rebuilding preserved the importance of the place. This continuity may have inspired the belief that Eridu belonged near the beginning of organized human life. In one curious tradition, civilization's essential arts and institutions were imagined as divine powers that could be transferred between cities. Kingship, craftsmanship, music, judgment, and even certain human troubles belonged to an ordered collection of sacred qualities. A city possessing them possessed civilization itself. This was not history as modern scholars write it. It was a poetic system explaining why social life contained both beauty and burden. Music was there. Justice was there. Deceit was there too. The ancient imagination did not pretend that civilization produced only pleasant results. As urban populations grew, Differences in wealth and status became more visible. Larger houses appeared beside modest dwellings. Officials controlled resources. Labourers received measured rations. Cylinder seals marked ownership and authority. Their tiny carved scenes showed processions, animals, banquets, and divine figures. When rolled across wet clay, they created repeating images with remarkable detail. A seal could close a storeroom. It could identify an official. It could also display a miniature vision of the ordered world. One seal might show a seated figure receiving visitors. Another might depict animals moving in impossible symmetry, controlled by a heroic guardian. These images still provoke debate. Were they mythological scenes, official symbols, or private emblems, or combinations of all three? The answer changes from object to object. The city itself also remains difficult to interpret. Archaeologists uncover foundations, rubbish pits, graves, workshops, and tablets, but human motives rarely survive intact. A large building may be called a temple because of its layout and location, yet certainty can weaken when direct ritual evidence is missing. A storehouse may also have served ceremonial purposes. A courtyard may have hosted both labour and worship. Ancient life resisted neat categories. You sense this complexity as evening settles over the roofs. Cooking smoke spreads through the streets, carrying the smell of onions, grain, and animal fat. Voices soften inside courtyards while watchmen move near important gates. Beyond the walls, canals reflect the fading light. The city appears permanent. Its residents may believe the gods designed it to endure. Yet rivers will shift, trade routes will change, political centres will rise elsewhere, buildings will collapse into low mounds, and unfamiliar languages will replace familiar speech. For the moment, none of that has happened. You remain within a world discovering how to become urban. Every account, ration bowl, temple platform, and sealed storeroom contributes to a new human arrangement. Long before recorded history becomes orderly, history is already being negotiated in mud brick rooms. The earliest cities do not simply appear. They gather slowly from water, labour, belief, and fear. They become places where memory can be stored. They also become places where memory can be controlled. For a moment, the air seems cooler inside the temple chamber, though the sun still burns beyond the walls. Incense settles into the clay plaster. Oil lamps tremble in shallow bowls, and their light moves across painted figures whose names are spoken with care. Among those names is one that later generations will treat as a secret. The Anunnaki. In the oldest surviving tradition, the word does not describe a single individual, nor does it identify one fixed group with a permanent list of members. It points instead toward a gathering of powerful deities connected with the higher structures of divine authority. They belong to a sacred assembly. They judge, they witness, they approve the order of the world. Their presence is often felt through hierarchy rather than physical description. Ancient texts rarely pause to explain their faces, clothing, or private habits. You are expected to understand their rank. That expectation creates difficulty for modern readers. A damaged tablet may mention the Anunnaki without explaining who stands among them. Another composition may assign them a different role entirely. The divine council changes with the saw. Scholars working through collections at Oxford University and Yale University have compared these appearances across hymns, myths, laments, and ritual texts. Their studies show that the term develops across centuries. Sometimes the Anunnaki appear as great gods of heaven and earth, and sometimes they stand near the throne of a leading deity. In later traditions, they may be associated with the underworld and the judgment of the dead. No single portrait contains them all. Your eyes adjust to the dim chamber. A priest places bread beside a vessel of beer. Another attendant pours water for purification, careful not to spill across the packed floor. The offerings are intended for a particular god, Yet the wider divine community remains present in thought. Every deity exists within a network of family, rank, obligation, and rivalry. Mesopotamian religion resembles a court. There are rulers, advisors, messengers, servants, gatekeepers, scribes, and troublesome relatives. The arrangement reflects the institutions surrounding the worshippers. Human society gives shape to heaven. Heaven then gives authority back to human society. The Anunnaki stand near the centre of that exchange. One mainstream understanding holds that their name is connected with An, the ancient sky god, who occupies a position of supreme ancestry in Sumerian tradition. The term may suggest descendants or princely offspring linked to him. The exact linguistic development remains debated. Ancient words rarely surrender every shade of meaning, especially when they pass through different periods and scribal schools. An himself can feel strangely distant. He is powerful, venerable, and often less active than younger gods who manage storms, wisdom, fertility, warfare, and city life. This distance enhances his authority. A ruler who speaks rarely can appear very important, provided others continue mentioning him. The same subtle prestige surrounds the Anunnaki. They do not always drive the action of a myth. Their presence may confirm that a decision carries cosmic weight. When a major god receives power, the assembly recognizes it. When a human ruler claims legitimacy, divine approval strengthens the claim. When the dead enter the underworld, judges may wait in solemn penance. The Anunnaki make order feel collective. They suggest that no single divine act stands entirely alone. A curious fringe belief claims that the title identifies a royal family of visitors who came from a distant world. Supporters often interpret references to heaven as descriptions of physical space travel. Yet the original texts do not present a scientific account of machines, planets, or engineered flight. Their language belongs to ritual poetry and mythic geography. Heaven is both a place and a principle. The underworld is both a region and a condition. The mountain, river, and temple can carry meanings larger than their physical forms. Ancient listeners understood this layered language naturally. Modern readers often separate symbol from reality more sharply than those audiences did. That difference invites unusual conclusions. You hear a low chant begin near the doorway. The sound is measured, almost conversational, and each line repeats with slight variation. Divine names are placed in careful sequence. Repetition creates order. Order creates memory. A listener who cannot read can still carry the structure home. Sumerian religious knowledge moved through voice as well as clay. Hymns, prayers, ceremonies, and public performances shaped what people believed about divine beings. A tablet preserves words. It does not preserve tone. It cannot show the pause before a sacred name, the movement of hands, or the changing expression of the gathered crowd. Much of the ancient experience has vanished. This absence matters when considering how the Anunnaki were understood. A modern reader sees a term on a translated page. An ancient worshipper may have heard it during a ceremony surrounded by music, smoke, authority, and expectation. Meaning lived in the room. Records confirm that major temples employed singers, lamentation specialists, ritual attendants, and learned scribes. Sacred performance was organized work. It required training. It also required payment, which even the gods appear unable to avoid arranging. Within literary texts, the Anunnaki sometimes gather around Enlil, the powerful god associated with authority, wind, and command. In other compositions, they relate to Enki, the clever god of wisdom and fresh water. Their allegiance depends on the theological focus. A city promoting its own patron might place that deity at the centre of the divine system. Scribes could preserve older structures while gently adjusting the balance. This was not careless inconsistency. It was living tradition. Religious systems change because community change. A rising city expands the honor of its Zishan. A victorious dynasty elevates a preferred cult. A defeated center may keep its stories, but its influence weakens. The gods remain ancient while their relationships become politically useful. Some historians interpret divine councils as reflections of early assemblies within human communities. Others see them as literary expressions of cosmic harmony, rather than direct copies of political institutions. A separate scholarly view emphasizes family structure, suggesting that divine genealogy helped explain rank and inheritance. The question remains unsettled. Did people imagine the gods through their institutions, or build institutions modelled upon their gods? The influence may have travelled in both directions. You move toward a wall niche where a small figure once stood. Only its base survives. The missing image leaves an outline in the plaster, a pale shape surrounded by smoke stains. Its absence feels more powerful than a complete statue might. A name can survive without a V. That is partly why the Anunnaki remain so open to reinvention. No famous portrait defines them. No single epic tells their complete story. They appear in scattered roles across different compositions. Their identity forms through fragments. One text may call them great gods. Another may number them in a symbolic way. A later account may place them below the earth. The reader must assemble a system from pieces created for different purposes. That task resembles reconstructing a palace from loose bricks found across several cities. Some bricks fit, others only appear to fit. Numbers add another layer of confusion. Mesopotamian texts sometimes use groups of 7, 50 or larger symbolic totals when describing divine communities. These figures may express completeness, hierarchy, or literary tradition rather than an exact count. A list of gods can serve administrative, theological, or educational purposes. It does not always function like a census. Still, modern interpreters often treat every number literally. 7 becomes 7 rulers. 50 becomes 50 commanders. The poetic structure hardens into imagined bureaucracy. Ancient scribes might have found this familiar, though perhaps not for the reasons modern theorists expect. They understood bureaucracy very well. The temple chant ends, and the chamber becomes quiet again. Outside, heat presses against the courtyard. A bird calls from the roof, then disappears into the white sky. You consider what the Anunnaki meant to those who spoke their name. They represented authority older than any king. They belonged to the unseen structure supporting law, ritual, death, and divine decision. They were neither simple heroes nor obvious villains. They were part of the machinery of sacred order. That machinery could protect humanity. It could also judge humanity. Perhaps this uncertainty explains their lasting power. A god who is clearly understood becomes easier to contain. A divine assembly whose membership shifts across time remains harder to define. The Anunnaki stand at the edge of clarity. They are real within the religious imagination of ancient Mesopotamia, yet their form changes whenever the surviving evidence changes. Their story was not one story. It was a constellation. Each tablet provides another faint point of light, while the darkness between those points invites the mind to draw its own shape. In your ears, the scrape of a reed stylus becomes the quiet rhythm of an ancient classroom. A young scribe bends over a clay tablet, while his teacher recites names from a world beyond ordinary memory. The room smells of wet earth, lamp smoke, and wool. Rows of signs move across the surface in careful order. Some record kings, some record cities. Some reach backward into an age so remote that history begins to resemble dream. Among the most puzzling documents is the Sumerian king list. It presents a sequence of rulers and cities, describing kingship as a sacred institution that passes from one center to another. The list begins with rulers whose reigns stretch across impossible spans of time. One king rules for the tens of thousands of years. Another rules even longer. Then a flood interrupts the sequence. After the flood, the rains become shorter, although many still exceed any ordinary human lifespan. You can almost feel the clay resisting explanation. The document does not behave like a modern historical record. It mixes recognizable rulers with legendary figures and combines political memory with sacred chronology. Yet it is not random. Its structure is deliberate. Researchers at Oxford University and the University of Pennsylvania have studied surviving copies from different periods. These copies reveal that scribes adjusted names, cities, and sequences over time. The list served more than one purpose. It preserved memory, but it also justified power. A ruling dynasty could present itself as the latest holder of kingship within a chain established by the gods. Authority seemed to descend through history itself. This gave political change a sacred pattern. A city rose because kingship entered it. A city fell because kingship departed. The explanation was elegant, severe, and extremely useful to whoever currently occupied the palace. Kings have always appreciated documents that prove kings were necessary. You imagine the list being read aloud in a court where officials stand beneath painted walls. The ruler listens while a scribe names ancient cities. Eridu, Bad Tibira, Larok, Sippar, Shurapak. Some of these places are archaeologically known, others remain uncertain or only partially identified. Each name carries the weight of a vanished centre. The early portion of the list places enormous rains before the flood. Their scale has inspired generations of speculation. Some fringe writers argue that the numbers preserve literal memories of non-human rulers or beings with lifespans beyond natural limits. Others propose that ancient mathematical systems were misunderstood by later copyists. No surviving evidence confirms either claim. Mainstream scholars usually interpret the figures as symbolic, theological, or literary rather than biological. Large numbers could express grandeur. They could distinguish sacred antiquity from ordinary time. They could also reflect numerical traditions whose full meaning is difficult to recover. The Sumerians used a counting system based partly on 60. That system still echoes in modern measurements of time and angles. 60 seconds form a minute. 60 minutes form an hour. A circle contains 360 degrees. The survival of this numerical inheritance is well established, but it does not mean every enormous rain can be decoded through simple multiplication or division. Ancient numbers carry context. Without that context, calculation can become another form of storytelling. The open scholarly debate concerns what kind of document the king list was originally meant to be. Some historians view it mainly as royal propaganda created to support the idea of a single line of legitimate rule. Others argue that it preserves genuine historical memories beneath later editing. A further interpretation treats it as a literary meditation on the rise and fall of cities. Each reading explains part of the evidence. None explains every detail. The list excludes some powerful rulers and includes others whose historical existence remains uncertain. It also smooths over periods when several cities probably held power at the same time. Reality was untidy. The list preferred succession. This difference reveals how ancient communities shape time into a meaningful pattern. History, in their telling, was not an open field of competing events. It was a sacred current passing through chosen places. You feel that current moving beneath the words. Kingship descend. Kingship remains. Kingship is transferred. The repeated formula gives political history the cadence of ritual. It suggests that rule is not invented by humans. It is received. That idea quietly places the gods above every dynasty. A king may appear absolute, yet he governs only while the divine order allows it. The list therefore flatters rulers and warns them at the same time. Every city named within it eventually loses kingship. No throne remains permanent. The lesson is subtle. Power arrives with ceremony and departs without apology. Near the centre of this ancient chronology stands the flood. Its appearance divides the list into two broad ages. Before it, kings reign for astonishing lengths. After it, time becomes more recognizable, though still enlarged by legend. The flood acts like a doorway between sacred antiquity and human history. This structure appears in other Mesopotamian traditions. Stories of catastrophe often separate one world from another. They explain why conditions changed and why present life feels diminished from a grander beginning. The flood does not merely destroy, it reorganizes memory. A world of immense kings gives way to cities whose rulers can be connected more closely with archaeology. The transition is not clean. Legend continues to mingle with the fact. Gilgamesh appears among the rulers of Uruk. Archaeologists generally accept that a historical king may stand behind the later heroic traditions. Yet the surviving stories surround him with impossible strength, divine ancestry, and journeys beyond ordinary experience. History becomes myth without announcing the moment of transformation. That is what makes the timeline so unsettling. There is no firm border. You move along the tablet line by line, watching certainty fade. One ruler is confirmed through inscription. Another is known only through later copies. A third belongs almost entirely to poetry. The list places them together as if no distinction is needed. For the ancient scribe, perhaps no contradiction existed. A ruler could be historical and legendary at once. Memory preserved the political figure, while imagination expanded his meaning. The result was not considered false. It was complete in a different way. A quirky tradition within Mesopotamian royal writing describes certain kings as shepherds chosen to guide the people. The title sounds gentle. In practice, though, these shepherds commanded armies, collected tribute, and sometimes destroyed rival cities. Ancient political language possessed a calm sense of irony. The Good Shepherd protected the flock, but he also decided where the flock worked and how much grain it surrendered. Titles softened power. Chronology sanctified it. Divine approval completed the image. The king list may have helped later rulers imagine themselves as part of a continuous system stretching into a time no living person could verify. That distance made the claim stronger. A recent event can be questioned by witnesses. A decree from the beginning of civilization is harder to challenge. The hidden timeline, therefore, does not need to be historically exact to become politically effective. Its power comes from arrangement. Cities are placed in sequence. Reigns are counted. Disaster marks a division. Kingship survives everything. The same system can absorb conquest, collapse, and dynastic change without losing its central message. People perish. Cities fall. The institution remains sacred. This may explain why later scribes continued copying the list even when its earliest entries were already ancient. They were preserving more than names. They were preserving a model of reality. According to that model, the world had a structure before any current ruler appeared. Civilization did not begin with the present city. It came from older centers, older kings, and a divine decision made beyond memory. That belief could create humility. It could also create obedience. You picture the young scribe lifting his tablet toward the light. The signs are small, but their timeline is vast. He may not know whether every ancient reign should be taken literally. His task is not to solve the contradiction. His task is to copy it faithfully. A mistake could distort a name. A damaged sign could alter a number. A missing line could erase a dynasty. Thus, the distant past depends on ordinary hands. The forgotten age survives because one student presses one wedge into clay, then another. Outside, the city continues around him. Merchants argue over weights. Labourers unload grain. Priests prepare offerings. Inside the schoolroom, rulers who reigned for thousands of years pass silently beneath his fingers. The clay holds both worlds. One belongs to daily life. The other lies beyond measurement. Between them stands the flood, the divine gift of kingship, and a sequence no scholar can fully untangle. The hidden timeline remains open. It is not a map of certainty. It is a corridor of fragments, leading deeper into a time that ancient people themselves regarded with wonder. The cold surface of a carved stone seal rests beneath your fingertips, polished by generations of careful handling. Across its tiny face, a ruler stands before a seated god. His hands are raised, his posture is formal. Between them rises a sacred symbol, small enough to fit inside your palm. The image says almost everything without speaking. Power begins above. The king receives it. The city obeys. In Sumerian political thought, kingship was never merely a matter of force. A ruler could command soldiers, control grain, and direct labour, yet those abilities alone did not make his position sacred. He needed divine approval. Temple hymns, royal inscriptions, foundation deposits, and ceremonial objects repeatedly present rulers as chosen servants of the gods. Some kings called themselves shepherds. Others claimed to be beloved by a particular deity. A few went further and accepted divine honours during their lifetimes. The distinction was never simple. A king might bow before a god in one inscription, then describe himself with a language approaching divinity in another. Authority could kneel and rise within the same sentence. Your steps carry you into a palace courtyard where limestone paving cools the soles of your feet. Servants move quietly beneath shaded walkways. Bronze fittings catch the morning light. Wool banners stir above a doorway guarded by men holding long spears. The ruler has not yet appeared. Still, his presence fills the space. His seal closes storerooms. His officials collect taxes. His name is pressed into bricks, bowls, weapons, and temple gifts. Even silence belongs to him here. Records confirm that Sumerian rulers financed major building projects, maintained canals, led armies, and supported temple rituals. These tasks were practical, but royal inscriptions describe them through sacred language. A canal was not simply dug. It was opened under divine instruction. A temple was not merely repaired. It was restored but because the god desired a proper dwelling. A military victory was not explained only through strategy. The patron deity had granted Shwemoth. This language protected the ruler from appearing ordinary. An ordinary man could fail because of poor judgment. A divinely favoured king could describe failure as the temporary anger of heaven. It was a useful arrangement. The great temple institutions gave royal claims a physical setting. Priests performed rituals that placed the ruler inside an ordered universe. At festivals, statues of gods travelled through streets and waterways, offerings filled sacred tables, musicians, singers, and attendants created an atmosphere of controlled wonder. The king participated as protector, provider, and chosen intermediary. He did not usually claim to replace the gods. He claimed to understand their wishes. That difference allowed him enormous freedom. The divine council stood beyond public questioning, while the ruler and temple specialists interpreted its decisions. If harvests were abundant, the gods were pleased. If enemies were defeated, the gods had judged correctly. If disaster arrived, someone had offended the sacred order. The explanation rarely blamed the institution itself. One royal inscription might declare that a ruler established justice and protected widows and orphans. Such phrases reflected genuine ideals of kingship across Mesopotamia. They also served as political advertising. A king wanted to appear strong enough to punish the violent and gentle enough to defend the vulnerable. He was the wall and the shepherd. He was the judge and the warrior. Naturally, the tablets describing these virtues were often commissioned by the king. Ancient public relations had excellent durability. A curious fringe theory proposes that divine kingship preserved memories of direct rule by the Anunnaki, with human kings later inheriting positions once held by non-human masters. The surviving texts do speak of gods founding cities, assigning destinies, and granting kingship. They do not clearly describe a historical transfer from physical extraterrestrial rulers to human dynasties. The theory grows from a literal reading of mythic language. Its appeal is understandable. A heavenly authority descending to Earth sounds different when removed from ritual context and placed inside a modern technological imagination. Yet Sumerian writers understood sacred descent in many forms. Rain descended. Fertility descended. Royal authority descended. A temple could be described as connecting heaven and earth without functioning as a machine. Poetry carried institutions across cosmic distances. The open scholarly debate concerns how much real political structure lies behind stories of divine assemblies and chosen kings. Some historians argue that the language of divine councils mirrors human gatherings of elders, warriors, and leading households. Others believe the divine council was primarily theological, expressing balance among competing gods and cult centers. Researchers associated with the University of Chicago and Oxford University have also examined how royal ideology changed between city-states and larger empires. The evidence suggests adaptation rather than one permanent model. Early rulers sometimes used titles that emphasized local leadership. Later kings adopted broader claims as their territories expanded. A man who controlled one city could present himself as its chosen shepherd. A conqueror who ruled many cities needed a larger sacred explanation. He might claim favor from several gods. He might restore temples across the region. He might gather older traditions into a new political arrangement. The heavens grew with the kingdom. You hear sandals approaching across the courtyard. Officials lower their eyes as the ruler passes between columns. His clothing is heavy with woven patterns. His hair and beard are carefully arranged. He is surrounded by attendants, scribes, guards, and petitioners. Nothing about the scene is accidental. Royal appearance is a performance. The king's body represents health, order, and divine favour. Images show him larger than servants or enemies because importance shapes scale. His strength is idealized. His posture is controlled. His enemies, when shown, are smaller, disordered, and already defeated. Art does not simply record power. It trains the viewer to recognize it. Royal statues sometimes depict rulers seated with clasped hands, wide eyes, and calm expressions. They appear attentive rather than aggressive. Their bodies are solid, almost architectural. These figures were placed inside temples, where they could continue worshipping when the living ruler was absent. A statue became a permanent substitute. Stone prayed while the king governed. This practice carried a strange logic. The gods required devotion. The ruler required divine favour. A statue allowed both obligations to continue without interruption. Even sacred attention could be delegated. Some kings crossed a more dangerous boundary and were treated as divine during their reigns. The ruler Naram-Sin, who governed the Akkadian Empire, famously used divine symbols and presented himself with extraordinary elevation. His example came from a later political world, yet it reveals how the royal ideology could expand when military success and imperial ambition demanded more than ordinary titles. Divinization was never universal. It could inspire loyalty, discomfort, or later condemnation. A king who claimed divine status faced an awkward problem. Gods were supposed to be powerful. If his empire collapsed, the claim became difficult to explain. Mesopotamian literature often solved this by blaming impiety, broken ritual, or divine withdrawal. The gods had not failed. The ruler had misunderstood them. This theme appears in lamentations describing destroyed cities. The city's patron deity may weep, yet the catastrophe still belongs to a larger divine judgment. Temples burn, walls fall, families scatter. The cosmic order remains intact because disaster is explained as part of that order. Such reasoning can feel cruel. It can also feel familiar. Human beings often prefer a painful pattern to meaningless chaos. Divine kingship offered that pattern. The ruler stood between ordinary life and forces too vast to control. His ceremonies promised that someone understood the will of heaven. His laws claimed that justice had structure. His monuments declared that the city belonged inside a sacred plan. Whether every farmer believed these claims is impossible to know. Private doubt rarely survives on official stone. Still, small pieces of evidence suggest that royal authority was negotiated as well as proclaimed. Letters show officials complaining, petitioning, and seeking favours. Administrative texts reveal shortages, disputes, and failures. The ideal king lived in hymns. The working king lived among damaged canals, unpaid labourers, ambitious governors, and anxious priests. The distance between those two kings could be enormous. You leave the palace courtyard as sunlight spreads across the city roofs. A worker carries bricks toward a temple wall bearing the ruler's stamped name. He may never meet the king. He may never hear the full hymn describing royal wisdom. Yet his labour strengthens the monument that proves divine favour. The sacred system depends upon ordinary bodies. Hands shape clay. Shoulders lift baskets. Voices chant titles. Scribes preserve the official memory. The king stands at the centre, but the city creates the image around him. Perhaps that is the quiet truth hidden inside divine rule. Power does not descend untouched from heaven. It is built on earth, repeated in ritual, pressed into the clay, and accepted through countless daily acts. The gods make the king legitimate. The king makes the gods visible. Between them, humanity carries the weight. The scent of warm bread drifts through the temple kitchens as workers carry baskets beneath a ceiling darkened by smoke. Hands grind grain against stone. Water splashes into clay jars. A supervisor watches the measured portions, while a scribe records each delivery with patient attention. This is where the oldest question begins to feel practical. Why were humans created? Mesopotamian myths do not answer in one voice. Different cities preserved different accounts, and later scribes reshaped older traditions for new audiences. Yet several stories share a quiet and unsettling idea. Humanity exists because work must be done. In one ancient tradition, lesser gods become exhausted by heavy labour. They dig canals, shape waterways, and maintain the ordered world. Their burden grows unbearable. They protest against the divine authorities, gathering in anger beneath the night sky. Their tools are cast aside, and the peace of heaven is disturbed by something resembling the earliest recorded labour dispute. The greater gods must decide what to do. A solution is proposed. A new creature will carry the load. That creature is humanity. Your fingers rest against a rough wooden beam as you listen to the imagined council beyond the walls. No thunder breaks the air. No bright gate opens. The decision unfolds like administration. Someone must maintain the fields. Someone must prepare offerings. Someone must build temples, clear canals, and provide food for the divine households. Human beings enter the story as workers within a system that already exists. The world is not created for them. They are created for the world. That difference gives these myths their peculiar weight. In many modern traditions, humanity stands at the centre of creation. The earth becomes a home designed for human life, and people receive a special place within the cosmos. Mesopotamian stories often feel less flattering. Humans are necessary, but necessity is not the same as affection. They are useful. They are vulnerable. They relieve divine burdens, yet they remain dependent upon divine favour for rain, fertility, health, and protection. The arrangement resembles the society that produced it. Temple estates and royal institutions relied on organised labour. Workers cultivated fields, tended animals, processed wool, transported goods, and maintained canals. Records from archaeological collections confirm that many labourers received standardised rations of barley, oil, and wool. Their names appear on tablets beside quantities. A person becomes a line of wedges. A month of effort becomes a measured distribution. Researchers connected with Yale University and the University of Chicago have studied these records to reconstruct economic life in early Mesopotamia. The tablets show remarkable organisation, but they also reveal how closely survival could depend on institutions controlling food and work. A ration was payment. It was also power. The creation myths place this social reality inside a cosmic frame. Just as workers serve temples and palaces, humanity serves the gods. Just as officials assign duties, divine councils assign human purpose. The structure of earthly labour rises into heaven, then returns with sacred authority. You hear the grinding stones continuing in the kitchen. The rhythm is slow, repetitive, and almost soothing. For the worker kneeling beside them, however, the motion lasts for hours. Shoulders tighten, palms harden, dust settles inside the mouth. Sacred purpose does not make the stone lighter. A mainstream historical interpretation views these myths as reflections of societies shaped by agricultural labour and institutional control. The stories explain why work is difficult, why offerings are required, and why temples stand at the centre of public life. They make burden meaningful. They also make burden permanent. If humans were created to labour, then labour is not merely a temporary hardship, it belongs to the design of existence. That idea can comfort rulers. It may comfort workers less. Still, the myths are not simple instructions for obedience. They contain anxiety about the relationship between creators and created beings. Humans can become noisy. They can multiply beyond expectation. They can disturb the gods. In later Mesopotamian stories, as divine authorities may respond with disease, famine, drought, or flood. Humanity is useful, yet difficult to manage. The gods need people and resent them. It is an uncomfortable partnership. One quirky detail appears in stories where the divine world struggles with its own planning. The gods create solutions that produce new problems, then gather again to repair the consequences. The pattern feels surprisingly human. Immortal beings debate workloads, population, noise, and resource management with the weary mood of officials trapped in a very long meeting. Gentle humour sits beneath the solemn language. The divine system is powerful. It is not always efficient. Fringe interpretations transform the labour story into a tale of biological engineering. According to this view, the Anunnaki altered an existing creature to produce workers suited for mining, farming, or construction. Modern versions often add precious metals, distant planets, and advanced laboratories. These details do not appear clearly in the surviving Sumerian records. The ancient texts speak in the language of clay, blood, birth, divine substance, and ritual creations. Their imagery is symbolic, physical, and sacred. It's not a technical manual. Clay makes sense within Mesopotamia. People build houses from it. They write upon it. They shape vessels from it. Fields depend on river mud. To describe humans as formed from clay is to connect them with the substance of daily life. They come from the same earth they must cultivate. Some creation traditions also include a divine element, suggesting that humanity contains something inherited from a god. This does not make humans equal to the divine assembly. It makes them a mixture. Earthly bodies carry a sacred trace, while mortal lives remain tied to hunger and work. The open scholarly debate concerns how ancient audiences understood these images. Some researchers emphasize ritual symbolism, suggesting that clay and divine substance express humanity's place between earth and heaven. Others interpret the stories socially, seeing them as reflections of labour systems and class hierarchy. A further approach treats them as philosophical accounts of consciousness, mortality, and responsibilities. Oxford University scholars have examined how these myths changed as they moved between Sumerian and Akkadian literary traditions. No single interpretation has ended the discussion. The myths hold too many layers. They explain work. They justify worship. They describe human frailty. They also ask why intelligent beings suffer inside an ordered world. You move from the kitchen into an open courtyard where labourers rest beside stacked baskets. One drinks from a communal jar, another rubs dust from his eyes. Their conversation does not survive, yet their exhaustion does. Archaeologists find worn tools, damaged joints, modest housing, and administrative records that hint at the physical cost of early urban life. Civilization required effort on a scale that no myth could soften completely. Canals had to be cleared repeatedly because silt returned. Walls needed constant repair. Harvest depended on timing, water, weather, and cooperation. A neglected channel could ruin fields. A failed crop could empty storerooms. Human labour stood between order and collapse. The gods may have created people for work, but people also created the visible world of the gods. Without human hands, temples cracked. Without human voices, hymns became silent. Without offerings disappeared. Without scribes, divine names faded. The relationship was not one-sided. Humanity served the gods, yet the gods depended on humanity for presence within society. A statue required cleaning. A shrine required oil. A festival required musicians, brewers, cooks, boatmen, and guards. Sacred life was sustained by mortal effort. Perhaps this dependence explains why creation stories sound both proud and uneasy. Humans are low in the hierarchy, but they are essential. They are replaceable as individuals, yet indispensable as a species. The system needs them. That need gives humanity a strange form of dignity. The sun lowers across the courtyard, turning the dust copper and gold. Workers return to their tasks as shadows lengthen beside the walls. The scribe moistens another tablet and prepares to record the evening distribution. Nothing in the scene looks cosmic, yet the myth says every basket, canal, brick, and offering belongs to a decision made among gods. Perhaps the story was never meant to degrade humanity. Perhaps it was meant to explain why life feels so demanding. You work because the world is unfinished. You build because order is fragile. You offer because existence depends upon exchange. It is possible that ancient listeners heard both burden and purpose within that answer. They may have resented the labour while accepting its sacred necessity. They may also have wondered whether the gods created humanity for service, companionship, or reasons never fully revealed. The tablets preserve the official explanation. Human experience leaves room for another. Beneath the smoke, grain dust, and measured ration, the question remains quietly alive. Were humans made to serve the divine order, or did they imagine that order to make their own service bearable? The first light of morning touches the marshes around Eridu, turning still water into sheets of pale bronze. Reeds whisper along the channels. Birds rise from hidden pools, and their wings briefly disturb the quiet above the mudflats. You approach the city across damp ground, where narrow paths curve between gardens, huts, and stretches of open water. Eridu does not greet you with towering stone. Its power comes from age. To ancient Mesopotamian minds, this place stood close to the beginning of organized life. Tradition remembered it as one of the first cities to receive kingship and sacred order. Its patron was Enki, the god associated with wisdom, fresh water, craftsmanship, and clever solutions. His domain lay beneath the earth, in a deep reservoir believed to feed springs, rivers, and wells. This hidden water gave life to the dry plain. It also gave Eridu its character. The city became a place where knowledge seemed to rise from below. Archaeological excavations revealed a long sequence of sacred buildings constructed upon the same location. Early shrines were modest, but later temples expanded over their foundations. Each generation rebuilt the sacred center. Walls were thickened. Floors were raised. Platforms grew higher. The result was not one temple, but many temples resting inside one another. Time accumulated in mud brick. Research associated with the University of Chicago and major British archaeological institutions helped establish Eridu as one of southern Mesopotamia's earliest important settlements. Pottery, architecture, tools, and ritual remains suggest a community developing across many centuries. No single ruler created the city. No single event made it sacred. Its authority grew through repetition. People returned to the same place, placed offerings on familiar ground, and rebuilt whenever walls cracked or roofs collapsed. Continuity became proof. A sacred site used for generations feels different from a new one. Its stones remember footsteps. Its floors hold ashes from vanished ceremonies. Its buried walls create a depth that living worshippers can sense, even when they cannot see it. You enter a low chamber where the air smells of fish oil, damp plaster, and burned reeds. A raised platform stands at one end. Nearby, a small altar bears traces of ash. The room is simple, but its arrangement suggests controlled movement and ritual attention. Someone once approached carefully. Someone placed food. Someone spoke a bass. The earliest shrines at Eridu contained installations that archaeologists interpret as altars and offering tables. This supports a mainstream view that organized worship developed alongside settled community life. The temple was not added after the city became complex. It helped create complexity. People gathered here. Resources moved here. Authority formed around the sacred space. The building connected households that might otherwise remain separate. Faith became architecture. Architecture became administration. Administration became power. Yet Eridu's sacred identity was not only institutional, it was imaginative. Enki was remembered as a keeper of wisdom who understood the hidden rules governing civilization. He could solve crises through cunning rather than force. He moved through divine disputes with the calm confidence of someone who already knew where every secret door was located. In stories, he often protected humanity, though not always from motives that modern readers would call sentimental. He valued balance. He valued order. He also valued his own plans. Water soothed or unsuited to him. It flowed around obstacles. It entered cracks. It disappeared beneath the surface and emerged somewhere unexpected. A quirky tradition associated Enki with creatures such as fish, turtles, goats, and flowing streams. Temple imagery could combine animal forms and water symbols in ways that appear strange to modern eyes. One later symbol joined a goat with a fish, creating a hybrid creature linked with divine abundance and cosmic order. Ancient sacred art rarely worried about zoological practicality. A creature could be impossible and still be perfectly meaningful. Fringe interpretations sometimes describe Eridu as a landing center or command station used by the Anunnaki. Supporters point to its ancient reputation, its association with wisdom, and its place near the beginning of royal tradition. They imagine a forgotten base from which advanced beings organized early human societies. The archaeological remains do not confirm such a facility. They show temples, homes, pottery, tools, and gradual settlement development. Still, Eridu invites speculation because ancient texts treat it as more than an ordinary city. It appears as a threshold, Civilization seems to begin there. Wisdom seems to dwell there. Water from the hidden deep seems to move beneath it. The city's importance may have come partly from environmental reality. Fresh water was precious in southern Mesopotamia. The landscape depended on rivers and canals, but those waters could carry salt, silt, and danger. A reliable sacred source represented life itself. Enki's underground reservoir transformed water management into cosmic meaning. The canal was not merely a trench, it echoed the hidden waters of creation. The temple was not merely a building, it stood above the source of wisdom. The open scholarly debate concerns how closely Eridu's myths reflect its actual early political importance. Some historians believe its sacred prestige preserved memory of a genuinely influential centre from deep antiquity. Others argue that later priests magnified Eridu's age to strengthen the authority of Enki's cult. A third view suggests that the city's reputation developed through competition among temples seeking ancient legitimacy. Scholars connected with Oxford University and the University of Pennsylvania continue examining how myth, archaeology, and political memory overlap. The evidence allows several possibilities. Eridu may have been influential. It may have been symbolically ancient. It may have been both. Ancient cities rarely separate history from sacred identity. You step outside as the sun climbs higher, heat gathers on the mud brick walls. A line of people approaches the temple carrying baskets of dates, grain, fish, and wool. The offerings are practical products of the surrounding landscape. They are also gifts to a god who, according to belief, makes that landscape productive. The exchange forms a cycle. Water gives crops. Crops feed people. People feed the temple. The temple honours the source of water. Nothing is wasted within the story. Even human labour becomes part of a larger current. Eridu's temple staff would have included priests, cleaners, cooks, brewers, musicians, guards, and administrators. Sacred service required many ordinary occupations. A ceremony might depend on someone arriving early to sweep a floor. A hymn might fail without a musician tuning an instrument. Divine wisdom rested upon mortal schedules. One can imagine an exhausted temple worker quietly wondering whether the god of clever solutions might solve the problem of carrying fewer baskets. The surviving records rarely preserve such private thoughts. Official texts describe devotion. Administrative tablets describe quantities. Between them lies everyday feeling. Perhaps some workers believed deeply. Perhaps others served because service provided rations. Most probably carried several motives at once. Human beings are rarely as simple as inscriptions prefer. The temple chamber cools as afternoon shadows lengthen. A priest pours water into a vessel and watches the surface settle. The act is small. Its symbolism reaches beneath the earth. Water purifies. Water restores. Water connects the visible city with the unseen deep. Enki's wisdom is not presented as knowledge stored in books alone. It is a living force moving through craft, language, fertility, planning, and ritual. This makes Eridu more than a place of worship. It becomes a model of civilization. A city survives when water is controlled. A temple survives when memory is repeated. A society survives when knowledge passes from one generation to another. Eridu gathers these truths into one sacred landscape. Its priests do not need to prove that civilization began here in a modern historical sense. They need the city to feel like a beginning. Beginnings carry authority. Whoever stands nearest the origin can claim to understand the design. This may explain why Eridu's traditions remained influential even when other cities became wealthier or more powerful. Political strength changes quickly. Sacred age changes slowly. A conqueror can seize a palace. He cannot easily seize 500 years of remembered ritual. He must inherit it, honour it, or attempt to replace it. Eridu endured through memory long after its political importance faded. Its temples weathered, its canals shifted, and its population diminished. Yet the idea of Eridu remained. Scribes continued naming it as an ancient centre. Stories continued placing wisdom there. The city survived inside texts even as the physical settlement returned to dust. You stand near the edge of the marsh as evening approaches. Water darkens among the reeds. Insects hum above the banks. The temple mound rises behind you, holding generations of sacred rebuilding within its silent layers. No voice explains what truly began here. Only fragments remain. A floor, an altar, a pottery vessel, a name repeated across centuries. Perhaps if the people of Eridu believed they lived near the first ordering of the world, perhaps later generations needed them to have believed it. The distinction is difficult to recover. The city rests between archaeology and sacred memory, neither fully belonging to one nor the other. Beneath its ruins lies the idea that civilization began with water, wisdom, and careful ritual. And beneath that idea lies something quieter. A beginning may not be a moment. It may be a place people return to until return itself becomes truth. Rain taps against a reed roof, soft at first, then steady enough to erase every distant sound. You lie awake while water gathers in shallow hollows outside. The smell of wet clay enters the room, cool and mineral, carrying a warning that no one can yet measure. Across the lowlands, rivers are rising. Their brown surfaces press against embankments built by tired hands. Canals overflow into fields where young grain bends beneath the current. Families lift baskets onto shelves. Animals are driven toward higher ground. Priests watch the skiing. Flooding was never an abstract fear in southern Mesopotamia. The Tigris and Euphrates rivers could nourish farmland, open trade routes, and sustain cities across an otherwise difficult landscape. They could also destroy without ceremony. A broken levee might drown crops within hours. A shifting river could isolate one settlement while covering another beneath layers of silt. Water gave order. Water could remove it. Archaeological excavations at several Mesopotamian sites have uncovered flood deposits lying between periods of human occupation. These layers contain river sediment where houses, hearths, and ordinary refuse might otherwise appear. The evidence confirms that destructive floods occurred. It does not confirm one flood covering the entire world. Different cities show different deposits from different periods, suggesting repeated regional disasters rather than one easily identified universal event. Yet memory does not preserve disaster like a surveyor. A flood that destroys every field, house, temple, and grave a community knows may become the end of the whole world. For those trapped inside it, nothing beyond the water matters. The horizon disappears. Familiar paths vanish. The landscape becomes one moving surface. That experience can grow into the sacred tradition. Mesopotamian stories describe a divine decision to send a catastrophic flood against humanity. One man receives a warning and builds a vessel, preserving life through the storm. His name and details vary between texts. In a Sumerian account, the survivor is Yusudra, a king presented as devout and attentive to divine instruction. In later Akkadian traditions, other names appear, including Atrahasis and Utnapishtim. Each version belongs to a different literary setting. Their shared structure suggests that generations of scribes inherited and reshaped an old narrative. You hear the rain strengthening above the roof. Drops strike clay jars placed beneath leaks. Children whisper from a corner while adults speak quietly about the riverbank. No one uses the language of mythology. Yet. They discuss grain. They discuss ropes. They discuss whether the eastern path remains open. Legend begins inside ordinary decisions. One person another secures a door. Someone refuses to leave livestock behind. A messenger arrives breathless, saying that the outer embankment has failed. Then practical fear becomes something larger. The flood story preserved in the Epic of Gilgamesh describes a vessel sealed against water and loaded with living things, possessions, and skilled people. Storm gods unleash terrifying forces. Even divine beings become frightened by the destruction they have approved. The rain stops after a limited number of days, but the waters remain. Birds are released to search for land. A sacrifice follows survival. The gods gather around its scent. This detail can seem strange to modern readers, yet offerings form the heart of the relationship between people and deities. A sacrifice restored exchange after chaos. Human beings had survived. The gods would receive food again. Cosmic order resumed through smoke rising from an altar. A quirky detail appears when the gathered gods are compared to flies clustering around the offering. The image is hardly flattering. It presents the divine assembly as hungry, dependent, and embarrassingly eager after the absence of human worship. Ancient literature could treat gods with reverence while allowing moments of sharp observation. The scene quietly reveals mutual need. Humanity fears the gods. The gods also require humanity. A mainstream historical view holds that Mesopotamian flood myths grew from repeated experiences of severe river flooding, combined with theological reflection and literary development. Communities preserved memories of catastrophe, then shaped them into stories about divine anger, human survival, and the restoration of order. Researchers associated with Yale University and Oxford University have examined how the versions differ in language, purpose, and moral emphasis. No single text can be treated as the original account. Each is one stage within a long tradition. The reasons for the flood also change. In one story, humanity's noise disturbs the gods. In another, the decision appears more mysterious. The destruction may follow divine frustration rather than clear human wrongdoing. This uncertainty makes the tale more unsettling. People are not always punished for a specific crime. Sometimes they are simply too numerous, too loud, or too inconvenient. The gods act because they possess the power to act. The open scholarly debate concerns whether the flood traditions preserve memory of one especially devastating historical event. Some researchers have searched for a major regional flood capable of inspiring widespread remembrance. Others argue that no single archaeological layer matches all the literary and chronological evidence. A separate view considers the flood primarily a narrative boundary dividing primeval time from the age of familiar kings and cities. The argument remains unresolved. Geology can identify sediment. It cannot identify the exact story later attached to that sediment. Fringe theories extend the flood across the entire planet or connected it with a lost advanced civilization destroyed at the end of an ice age. Some proposals point toward rising sea levels, submerged coastal settlements, or sudden regional inundations. Such events certainly occurred in different places across long periods. The difficult step is linking one specific event directly to the Mesopotamian tablets. The surviving records do not provide coordinates, measurements, or dates that allow a simple match. They preserve meaning rather than data. Still, the desire to find one hidden disaster remains powerful. A single catastrophe offers one beginning for many traditions. It promises that scattered stories might share a buried source. That possibility feels satisfying, but satisfaction is not evidence. You step outside as the river enters the street. Water circles your ankles, warm from the day's heat and thick with mud. A wooden stool floats past. Oil lamps vanish one by one as families move toward rooftops. The city's usual sounds change. Market voices disappear. Doors slam. Animals cry from enclosures. The water carries straw, broken pottery, branches, and household objects into darkness. Nothing looks sacred, yet every loss becomes a symbol. A submerged doorway marks the end of safety. A roof crowded with survivors becomes a temporary island. A boat becomes the entire future. When the waters withdraw, they leave more than damage. They leave silence. Mud fills rooms. Fields are buried beneath fresh sediment. Boundaries vanish. Graves may disappear. A family returning home finds that the shape of the world has changed. Rebuilding requires memory. Where do the walls stand? Which field belonged to who? Which canal followed the old course? Disaster creates psychological uncertainty and historical uncertainty at the same time. Temples could play a central role in restoring order. Their officials possessed records, labour networks, storage facilities, and ritual authorities. A ruler who repaired canals and rebuilt shrines could present himself as the restorer of civilization. Flood recovery became political theatre. The king defeated chaos not by stopping the rain, but by organising what followed. Royal inscriptions often praised rulers for clearing waterways and securing agricultural abundance. Such claims reflected real responsibilities. They also echoed a deeper image of kingship holding back disorder. The flood therefore belonged to both memory and government. It explained why the world required constant maintenance. Chaos was never fully gone. It waited beyond the embankment. The mythic survivor embodied a different kind of authority. He listened when others did not. He prepared while ordinary life continued around him. His wisdom consisted partly of accepting that familiar institutions might fail. That lesson can feel uncomfortable in any age. Cities appear permanent because people repeat the same routines each morning. Markets open. Fields are watered. Offerings are carried. Then the river crosses a line, and permanence dissolves. As the storm weakens, you hear individual drops again. Water falls from the roof edge into a flooded courtyard. The sound is gentle now, almost peaceful. That calm does not erase what happened. It makes the destruction harder to understand. The sky can become clear above a ruined landscape, and birds return. Sunlight settles on broken walls. Life resumes without explaining why some survived and others did not. Perhaps this is why the flood remained so powerful within Mesopotamian tradition. It offered no simple comfort. The gods could regret destruction after causing it. Humanity could continue without receiving a full apology. A survivor could gain extraordinary favour while carrying memories no one else shared. The story restored order, but it never restored innocence. You watch muddy water slowly recede from the threshold. Reeds bend along the current. Far away, someone calls another person's name. No answer comes at first. Then a faint voice rises from beyond the roofs. The world is not gone. It only feels newly fragile. And within that fragile silence, memory begins shaping disaster into something large enough to survive the people who endured it. The cool edge of a clay tablet presses into your palm as evening settles over the temple library. Shelves rise along the walls, built from mud brick and darkened by smoke. Each narrow space holds tablets arranged by size, subject, or purpose. Some are wrapped in clay envelopes. Others carry small labels along their edges. The room smells of dust, oil, and baked earth. Nothing here resembles a modern library, yet knowledge is being guarded with extraordinary care. Priests, scribes, and temple officials preserve records that allow the city to remember what no single person can hold. They record offerings. They copy hymns. They list stars, medicines, omens, legal decisions, and ancient names. Their work creates continuity between rulers, temples, and generations. A trained scribe does more than write. He protects a system. Writing in Mesopotamia required years of study. Students learned hundreds of signs, their sounds, their meanings, and there's different ways each could be used. They copied lists repeatedly. They memorized rare words. They practiced proverbs, contracts, prayers, and formal letters until the shapes became natural beneath their fingers. The training could be severe. School texts preserve complaints about beatings, mistakes, lateness, and demanding teachers. Ancient education possessed little patience for creative spelling. You sit near a student who holds a damp tablet against his knee. His teacher recites a line slowly. The student presses one wedge too deeply, pauses, and smooths the clay with his thumb. His breath tightens. A mistake seems small, but errors can alter names, quantities, or divine titles. Accuracy carries practical and sacred consequences. Mainstream historical research from the University of Pennsylvania and Yale University confirms that scribal schools helped preserve Sumerian long after it ceased to be spoken in ordinary conversation. Students learned the language because temples and courts still valued its religious and cultural authority. It became a language of prestige. A hymn written in Sumerian could sound ancient even to those who spoke another language at home. Old wishes gained power through distance. The scribes understood that age could sanctify knowledge. A prayer inherited from earlier generations seemed closer to the first ordering of the world. A royal title preserved in an old form could connect a ruler with legendary predecessors. A divine name copied exactly carried authority that translation might weaken. For this reason, some knowledge remained deliberately difficult. Not everyone could read it. Not everyone was mliente. The temple library was not a public room where any curious visitor could wander between shelves. Access depended on rank, training, and purpose. A farmer might hear a hymn during a festival without seeing its written form. A merchant might use a contract prepared by a scribe without understanding every sign. A ruler might receive an omen report composed through methods known only to specialists. Knowledge moved downward through interpretation. Those who controlled interpretation held quiet power. Diviners formed one important group. They examined dreams, animal behavior, unusual births, celestial events, and the internal organs of sacrificed animals. Their observations were organized into long collections of signs and possible outcomes. If a particular mark appeared on a liver, an event might threaten the king. If an eclipse occurred in a certain region of the sky, a city might face danger. These systems were not random collections of superstition. They represented centuries of observation shaped by religious assumptions. A strange event demanded meaning. Specialists applied it. Researchers connected with Oxford University have studied how omen series developed through careful copying and expansion. New examples could be added while older ones remained. The result was a layered archive in which experience, tradition, and analogy became difficult to separate. An omen did not predict the future through simple certainty. It warned that a pattern might be unfolding. Ritual could sometimes alter the outcome. The future remained dangerous, but not always fixed. This gave specialists a valuable role. They identified the threat. They also prescribed the response. A quirky tradition involved substitute kings. When an omen predicted danger to the ruler, another person could temporarily occupy the royal position and absorb the threatened fate. The true king withdrew from public view while the substitute received royal treatment. The arrangement was solemn, elaborate, and deeply uncomfortable for the temporary monarch. For a brief period he possessed the throne. He also possessed the danger attached to it. Ancient ceremony could be generous in remarkably selective ways. The practice reveals how seriously omen interpretation could affect political decisions. A celestial event might change court behavior. A ritual specialist might influence when a campaign began. A damaged sign on a tablet could produce anxiety across an entire palace. Knowledge was not passive. It moved armies, shaped ceremonies, and protected rulers. The Anunnaki also belonged within this guarded intellectual world. Their names appeared in theological lists, hymns, rituals, myths, and descriptions of divine assemblies. Scribes compared gods across cities and languages, arranging them into families and ranks. These lists did not merely explain religion. They organized it. A local deity could be identified with another god from a different tradition. A minor figure could be placed beneath a greater one. Divine relationships became a part of a learned system maintained by specialists. Fringe interpretations sometimes claim that temple libraries contained forbidden technical records describing advanced machines, astronomy, or human creation. Supporters imagine that priests concealed this information to protect their authorities. No recovered archive provides clear evidence for such hidden technology. The surviving tablets are remarkable enough without adding machines that the texts never describe. They contain mathematics, medical observations, linguistic study, and detailed celestial records. Their achievements came through patient human intelligence. That explanation may feel less dramatic. It's also more impressive. The open scholarly debate concerns how widely advanced knowledge circulated beyond temple and palace circles. Some historians argue that literacy remained limited to a small professional class. Others point toward merchants and administrators and private households using writing in practical ways. The evidence changes across periods and cities. Literacy was probably not a simple ability. A person might recognize names and numbers without reading a hymn. Another might write contracts but struggle with literary Sumerian. Knowledge existed in levels. The gate was not fully closed, but it was narrow. You move deeper into the archive. One shelf contains lexical lists, which arrange words by subject. Trees appear together. Animals follow one another. Metals, stones, deities, professions, and divine names form ordered sequences. These lists help students learn signs, but they also reveal an urge to classify the world. Naming became a form of control. A thing placed in a list gained position. A word copied correctly became stable. The scribes tried to make reality manageable through arrangement. Their lists resemble small maps of creation. Nothing moves. Nothing decays. Every object remains where the tablet places it. Outside the library, life refuses such order. Rivers shift. Kings die. Markets burn. Languages says to war. Inside, the signs wait in rows. This contrast may explain why scribes carried such prestige. They could preserve a version of the world untouched by ordinary instability. A destroyed temple might be rebuilt from remembered measurements. A forgotten hymn might return through a surviving copy. A dead ruler's name could be spoken centuries later. Writing resisted disappearance. It did not defeat it. Clay tablets break easily when handled carelessly. Moisture can erase an unfired surface. Fire destroys buildings, yet it may accidentally harden tablets and preserve them. Many archives survive because catastrophe baked their contents. The flames that ended a library sometimes protected its memory. This is one of history's quieter ironies. Destruction becomes preservation. Silence becomes evidence. You notice a cracked tablet resting near the wall. Half its lines are missing. The surviving portion describes a ritual, but the divine name appears only once. A scholar can reconstruct several words from parallels found elsewhere. Other lines remain uncertain. The missing section creates temptation. It might have contained an ordinary instruction. It might have preserved an unusual tradition. No one can know, so a gap invites confidence from those least troubled by evidence. Scribes themselves understood this danger. Colophons placed at the ends of tablets sometimes identified the copyist, owner, source, or date. Some warned readers not to alter the text. Others ensured divine punishment against theft or damage. The tablet was not only an object, it carried responsibility. A copied text joined a chain stretching through teachers and ancestors. To change it carelessly was to injure memory. Still, scribes did change texts. They adapted language. They combined traditions. They updated spellings. They selected which works deserved new copies. Preservation always includes choice. A tablet ignored for one generation might vanish. A hymn copied repeatedly might survive across 1,000 years. No formal decree was needed to erase a tradition. A shortage of students could do it. A temple losing its income could do it. A new dynasty preferring different stories could do it. The archive preserved knowledge, but it also created absence. What survives reflects attention. What disappears reflects neglect, chance, and changing authority. The lamps burn lower. A librarian gathers several tablets and places them inside a basket lined with reeds. His movements are careful. He understands that clay can outlive a human body, yet only when someone protects it long enough. The knowledge of the city rests inside fragile objects held by mortal hands. Perhaps the deepest secrets of the temple library is not hidden doctrine. Perhaps it is dependence. Gods, kings, rituals, and ancient histories endure because scribes continue copying them. When the copying stops, even divine voices become quiet. You set the tablet back upon the shelf. Dust settles across its signs. Around you, thousands of words wait without sound. They do not speak by themselves. They require a reader. They require patience. They require someone willing to enter the silence and accept that every surviving line stands beside another line that has vanished. A distant horn sounds across the city wall, low enough to blend with the wind. At first no one moves. Then shutters close. Guards hurry toward the gates, and market voices fall into uneasy silence. Dust rises beyond the fields. An army is approaching. Cities in ancient Mesopotamia did not vanish only through flood, drought, or neglect. Many were weakened by rivalry, conquest, rebellion, and the slow failure of institutions. One dynasty replaced another. A palace changed hands. A divine statue was carried away. The official record announced a new beginning, while ordinary families counted what had been lost. History often preserves the victor's name. It rarely preserves the final thoughts of the defeated gatekeeper. You stand near a warehouse where officials remove tablets from wooden shelves. Some records are packed into setting. Others are left behind because no cart can carry everything. A scribe hesitates over a collection of hymns, then chooses lists of grain and land instead. Survival favours the useful. Sacred words wait in the dim room as footsteps fade outside. The city may be captured before nightfall. Mainstream historical evidence shows that political power in Mesopotamia shifted repeatedly among competing city-states, regional kingdoms, and empires. Uruk, Lagash, Akkad, Babylon, and Assa each rose within changing networks of trade, warfare, and religious authority. No centre ruled forever. Even the strongest dynasty depended on harvests, loyal officials, functioning canals, and armies willing to obey. Researchers associated with Yale University and Oxford University have studied royal inscriptions beside administrative records to expose the distance between official triumph and material strain. A king might claim universal victory. The ration tablets might reveal shortages. A monument might describe peace. Fortifications might suggest fear. The silence between dynasties begins inside that contradiction. Official texts prefer continuity. They describe the god selecting a new ruler, restoring justice, and renewing prosperity. The transfer of power appears orderly because disorder is embarrassing. In reality, a collapsing kingdom could experience competing claimants, unpaid workers, abandoned fields, and cities changing allegiance several times. A dynasty does not always end with one dramatic battle. Sometimes authority thins slowly. Orders travel outward and return unanswered. Taxes fail to arise. Provincial governors keep more grain for themselves. Soldiers receive promises instead of rations. The palace continues issuing commands long after the countryside stops listening. You hear a clay door seal crack beneath an official's hand. The storeroom is nearly empty. Several jars remain, but their contents belong to the temple, the army, or families powerful enough to demand protection. Scarcity reveals hierarchy with uncomfortable clarity. A city's sacred order may describe everyone as part of one community. Hunger asks who receives bread first. Periods of political decline often damaged the institutions that preserved written memory. Scribal schools depended on patrons. Temple libraries depended on income. When rulers lost territory or trade routes, fewer resources remained for copying old compositions. A hymn requiring months of training could be neglected in favour of tax documents and military correspondence. The loss was rarely announced. No official gathered the city and declared that one tradition would disappear. The final copy simply broke. The final teacher died. The final student learned something else. One quirky royal custom involved destroying or altering the names of defeated rulers on monuments. A conqueror might remove an earlier king's inscription and replace it with his own. Sometimes the old words remained faintly visible beneath the new carving. Stone became an argument between dead men. Ancient rulers understood that memory was territory. To control a city fully, one had to occupy its past as well as its walls. Fringe interpretations sometimes claim that hostile priesthoods deliberately erased every record revealing the true nature of the Anunnaki. The theory imagines a coordinated campaign stretching across centuries and rival civilizations. The surviving evidence suggests a less organized process. Texts were lost through conquest, language change, fragile archives, selective copying, and the changing needs of temples and courts. Suppression may have occurred in particular cases. A ruler could destroy an enemy's monument. A priesthood could elevate one tradition over another. Yet total control was difficult in a world of competing cities and scattered archives. The disappearance of knowledge did not require one hidden council. It required many small failures. The open, scholarly debate concerns how sharply political collapse affected ordinary life. Some historians describe major transitions as catastrophic breaks involving depopulation, violence, and institutional failure. Others emphasize regional variation and continued local activity beneath changing royal names. Research from the University of Chicago shows that settlement patterns can reveal abandonment in one area and persistence in another. A dynasty may collapse at the capital while farmers would continue planting beyond its weakened reach. The palace disappears from the record. The village survives without announcing itself. This unevenness complicates every simple story of civilizational fall. You walk through a street where several houses are empty. A loom remains beside one wall. A cracked bowl lies beneath a layer of dust. The family may have fled suddenly, or they may have left gradually as trade declined. Archaeology often finds the result without the explanation. An abandoned room preserves stillness. It does not preserve motive. War is only one possibility. Salty soil may reduce harvests. A river may shift away. Disease may spread through crowded neighborhoods. Merchants may choose safer routes. Political collapse usually gathers several pressures until the structure can no longer carry them. One famous time followed the fall of the Akkadian Empire, whose rulers had united large parts of Mesopotamia under centralized authority. Later traditions blamed invading groups, impious kings, or divine anger. Modern scholars examine drought evidence, internal rebellion, economic disruption, and military pressure. No single cause explains every region equally. The empire's end became a canvas upon which later writers painted moral lessons. A ruler offended the gods. Order withdrew. Enemies entered. This sequence transformed political failure into sacred consequence. Such stories protected the divine system. The gods remained just. The king became responsible. The pattern also warned living rulers that success depended on proper conduct. Lamentations carried the same message through grief. They described ruined cities, empty temples, silent streets, and divine patrons departing from their homes. The language was poetic, but the emotional landscape may have reflected real experiences of displacement and loss. A city without its god was more than conquered. It was cosmically abandoned. When a divine statue was seized, the captors claimed not merely an object, but the presence and authority attached to it. The defeated population faced a terrible question. Had their god been overpowered? Official theology answered carefully. The deity had permitted the loss. Divine departure was temporary judgment, not weakness. The explanation preserved faith while making suffering meaningful. It also placed responsibility upon human behaviour, often in vague terms that could not be disproved. You enter a temple courtyard where the central pedestal stands empty. The statue is gone. Offerings have ceased. A few dried dates remain near the steps, left by someone who still returns quietly. Sacred absence has a physical shape. The space once occupied by the image seems colder. People may continue praying, but ritual confidence changes when the god's visible body has been taken. Political conquest reaches into the imagination. A new ruler may later restore the statue or commission another. He will describe the act as renewal. Priests will cleanse the sanctuary. Musicians will perform. The city will be told that order has returned. Yet the restored tradition will not be identical. New officials hold authority. New inscription occupy the walls. New interpretations explain the disaster. Memory survives through revision. This is how dynasties enter sacred history. History. They do not merely inherit cities. They inherit wounds and explanations. A wise ruler repairs canals and temples because these acts demonstrate practical competence. He also repairs the past by presenting his reign as the end of chaos. Every new dynasty claims restoration. Few admit invention. The language of return makes change easier to accept. A ruler says he revives ancient customs, even while adjusting them to suit present power. People hear continuity. Institutions experience and transformation. Night settles over the walls as fires burn beyond the fields. The horn sounds again. Families gather in courtyards, speaking in low voices about relatives, stored grain, and the strength of the gates. No one knows which royal name will be stamped upon bricks next year. Perhaps the city will resist it. Perhaps it will surrender. Perhaps the conquering king will preserve the temples because he needs their priests. Perhaps he will carry the divine statues away to humiliate the population. Each possibility creates a different future for memory. Yet silence remains the most common result. The rulers who lose are described by those who win. The texts no longer copied become invisible. The customs practiced only in household leave few traces. History narrows. It does not narrow because nothing happened. It narrows because only certain things survive recording, selection, destruction, and chance. Between dynasties, human life continues inside that narrowing space. People marry. Children learn songs. Workers repair roofs. Priests whisper older prayers beneath new royal titles. A conquered city may preserve its identity through habits too ordinary for official attention. Food remains familiar. Burial customs continue. Stories change slowly around evening fires. The empire owns the monument. The household owns memory. Perhaps this is why ancient traditions never disappear completely. They sink beneath official language. They attach themselves to new gods, new kings, and new ceremonies. A divine assembly changes names but keeps familiar roles. An old story enters a new poem. A forgotten city survives as one line in a list. The silence between dynasties is not empty. It's crowded with lives that left no royal inscription. You listen as the horn finally stopped. The city waits in darkness. Somewhere inside the temple archive, uncarried tablets remain upon their shelves. They hold hymns, accounts, names, and fragments of a world whose guardians may not return. The clay does not know which dynasty will survive. It only waits for fire. Yeah, or for real, or another human hunter. The night air settles gently across the flat roofs of Sumer, carrying the scent of cooling clay and distant river water. You lie beneath an open sky where the stars appear sharper than polished stone. No electric glow reaches the horizon. No glass tower interrupts the darkness. The heavens stretch from one edge of the plain to the other, crowded with lights that rise, vanish, and return according to patterns older than every city. A temple observer stands nearby with a clay tablet resting upon his knees. He watches without speaking. The moon has entered a familiar region of the sky, yet its position seems slightly different from the previous evening. He presses a mark into the clay. Then he waits. For Mesopotamian priests and scribes, the sky was not an empty space containing distant objects. It was a living field of divine signs. The movements of stars, planets, moon and sun belong to the structure of the cosmos. A bright object appearing at the wrong time could suggest danger. An eclipse might warn of political upheaval. A reddish moon could disturb a royal court more effectively than an approaching tax collector. The heavens were watched because earthly order seemed connected with celestial order. Records confirm that Mesopotamian Bible scholars developed long traditions of systematic observation. They tracked lunar cycles, seasonal changes, planetary appearances, eclipses, and unusual atmospheric events. Later Babylonian astronomers produced mathematical methods of remarkable precision, building upon centuries of accumulated knowledge. Research associated with Yale University, Oxford University, and the University of Chicago has shown how observation and prediction developed gradually within temple scholarship, and these achievements did not emerge from one sudden revelation. They grew through repetition. One observer recorded a night. Another compared it with older records. A third noticed a pattern. Generations of patient attention transform the sky into an archive. You hear the faint squeak of a reed mat as the observer shifts his weight. A small lamp burns beside him, shielded so its light does not weaken his sight. He knows the stars by their rising places and seasonal paths. Some belong to divine figures. Others form animals, tools, heroes, or symbols of authority. The patterns are not identical to every modern constellation. The sky carries the imagination of the society beneath it. A farmer sees the season of planting. A sailor sees direction. A priest sees a message. A king sees a possible threat to his throne. The same star can serve them all. The goddess Inanna was closely associated with the bright planet now called Venus. Its unusual movement gave it a special power. Sometimes it appears before sunrise. At other times it shines after sunset. For a period it disappears. Then it returns. Ancient observers could interpret this cycle through stories of divine descent, absence, and renewal. Inanna herself joined love, fertility, warfare, ambition, and royal authority within one complicated figure. Her planet behaved with similar unpredictability. They're brilliant, beautiful, and unwilling to remain where anyone accepted. One quirky tradition describes celestial bodies as travelling through gates or roads in the sky. The heavens could be imagined as an ordered landscape with paths, stations, and guarded regions. Stars were not simply scattered lights. They occupied positions within a cosmic administration. Even the night sky, it seems, required proper scheduling. The Anunnaki also entered this celestial imagination, though their relationship with the heavens was not simple. Some texts describe them as great gods connected with heaven and earth. Other traditions place groups of them within the underworld. Their identity could shift according to the composition and period. Modern readers sometimes see the word heaven and imagine outer space in a technological sense. Ancient writers usually meant a sacred realm embedded within their cosmology. Heaven was above, but it was also authorities. It was distance, purity, power, and divine ancestry. A deity descending from heaven did not need a metal vessel. The descent expressed movement from sacred height into the human world. Fringe interpretations often point to star symbols, winged figures, and celestial journeys as evidence of ancient contact with visitors from another planet. The images are visually powerful, especially when removed from their original ritual settings. Yet wings commonly represented divine speed, supernatural status, or protective force. Stars could identify gods. Horned crowns mark divinity. These symbols belong to a visual language understood by ancient viewers. Interpreting them as machinery requires details that the carvings and texts do not clearly provide. The sky-inspired theology. That does not make every star a destination. Still, the precision of Mesopotamian observation deserves admiration. Scribes compiled extensive omen collections linking celestial events with possible earthly consequences. A lunar eclipse in one region of the sky might concern one kingdom. A planetary conjunction might signal trouble for another. These associations were built from tradition, analogy, and recorded experience. They were not astronomy separated from religion. The two belonged together. The observer wanted to know what would happen in the sky. He also wanted to know what the event meant. Prediction without meaning felt incomplete. The open scholarly debate concerns when systematic observation became fully mathematical astronomy. Some historians emphasize a gradual transformation from omen interpretation toward abstract calculation. Others argue that religious purpose continued shaping even the most advanced predictive methods. A separate view stresses the role of royal patronage, since kings funded scholars whose warnings could influence state decisions. The boundaries remain difficult to draw. An ancient scholar might calculate an eclipse precisely while still believing it carried divine significance. Accuracy did not weaken the faith. It could strengthen it. If the heavens followed patterns, then the gods had established order. Mathematics became a way of approaching that order. You watch the moon climb higher. Its light spreads across canals, rooftops, and temple platforms. Below, most of the city sleeps. A baker wakes early to prepare dough. A guard walks beside the wall. A mother quiets a child in a dark courtyard. Above them, the observer records another position. His work may determine whether a ritual is performed, whether a journey is delayed, or whether the king receives a warning by dawn. Celestial knowledge moves downward through power. The scholar reports to an official. The official informs the palace. The palace decides what the city will do. A private site becomes a public consequence. Eclipses carried particular danger because they seemed to attack one of the great lights of heaven. The moon darkened. The sun weakened. An ordinary person might feel fear simply by watching. A royal court could respond with protective ceremonies, prayers, and carefully managed substitutions. Specialists interpreted the direction of the shadow, the timing, and the surrounding signs. The event became a coded message. The code required experts. This gave celestial scholars influence, though influence brought risk. A prediction that failed could damage trust. A warning delivered too directly might anger the ruler. The wise scholar learned to speak with precision and caution. Kings often prefer certainty, especially when certainty is impossible. A report might therefore describe several possible outcomes, each depending upon further signs. The language protected both the court and the observer. Ambiguity became practical wisdom. The Sumerian sky also shaped calendars and festivals. Lunar months guided ritual schedules, agricultural work, and administrative accounting. Because lunar cycles do not fit neatly within the solar year, additional months sometimes had to be inserted. Time required adjustment.
The calendar did not simply reflect it.
Officials managed it. A badly timed festival could separate ritual from season. A badly timed planting could produce hunger. The sacred and practical remained entwined. Temple celebrations often followed celestial rhythms because divine stories were mapped onto seasonal change. The disappearance and return of a star could echo death and renewal. The moon's phases could measure absence and restoration. The sun's path could express judgment, order, or royal power. People looked upward and saw stories moving. Those stories made time visible. A star rising before dawn announced more than light. It announced recurrence. Something returns. Something remains reliable. In a world of unstable rivers and shifting dynasties, the heavens offered patterns that seemed permanent. Yet even the sky contained surprises. Comets appeared without warning. A dust storm coloured the moon. Meteors crossed the darkness like sparks thrown from an unseen fire. Such events disturbed the comfort of repetition. They suggested that the divine realm could still interrupt its own rhythm. The observer therefore watched for both order and exception. A pattern revealed stability. A deviation revealed intention. This belief made every unusual light potentially significant. Modern astronomy explains celestial events through physical processes, gravity, motion, atmosphere, and distance. Ancient observers lacked those models, but they possessed disciplined attention. Their interpretations belong to religion. Their observations belong to the same human desire that drives science. They wanted to know what the sky would do. They wanted to remember what had happened. They wanted uncertainty to become pattern. Perhaps the difference between omen and astronomy is not a sudden wall. Perhaps it is a long road where measurement slowly separates from meaning. You feel the roof cooling beneath your hands. The observer has filled one side of his tablet. He turns it carefully and continues. Near the horizon, Venus appears with a quiet brilliance. No wings surround it. No voice speaks. Still, its presence changes the mood of the night. The city below cannot hear the scratch of the stylus, yet its future may be influenced by that sound. A light in the sky becomes a sign. A sign becomes a report. A report becomes a decision. A decision becomes history. The stars remain distant, but their power travels through human interpretation. They do not command armies directly. They do not build temples. They do not write laws. People do these things after deciding what the heavens have said. Perhaps that is the deeper pattern hidden above Sumer. The sky offers silence. Human beings answer with system. They draw roads between stars, assign names to wandering lights, and place divine counsels beyond the reach of ordinary sight. Then they look upward and discover their own fears, hopes, and institutions reflected back at them. The observer makes one final mark. The lamp fades. Dawn gathers faintly along the eastern horizon. Soon the stars will disappear into daylight, but their positions remain pressed into clay. The heavens move on. The record stays behind. A thin crack runs across the tablet like a dry riverbed, dividing one sentence from whatever once completed it. You hold the fragment beneath soft lamplight. Several signs remain sharp. Others have been rubbed into shallow shadows by handling, burial, and time. The missing corner may have contained one word. It may have contained the entire meaning. This is how ancient history often survives. Not as a complete voice, but as a damaged conversation. A translator sits nearby with copies of similar texts spread across a wooden table. She studies the angle of each wedge, the spacing between signs, and the faint marks left by a hurried hand. One symbol may represent a sound. The same symbol may represent a whole word. In another setting, It may indicate that the following term belongs to a particular category. The clay looks simple. Simple. Its language is not. Sumerian is unrelated to the major language families surrounding it, at least according to current evidence. Its grammar differs sharply from English and from the Semitic languages that later became dominant in Mesopotamia. Words can gather several grammatical elements together, forming structures that require interpretation rather than direct replacement. A line translated word for word may sound awkward or misleading. Meaning depends upon context. Context is often broken. Scholars at Oxford University, Yale University, and the University of Pennsylvania have spent generations comparing inscription, literary compositions, lexical lists, and bilingual tablets. Their work allows many texts to be read with confidence. Yet confidence has levels. A grain account may be straightforward because its formula repeats across thousands of tablets. A mythological passage may remain uncertain because the vocabulary is rare and the imagery is poetic. The more mysterious the subject and the fewer easy answers survive. You watch the translator trace one sign without touching the surface. Its shape resembles another sign found in a hymn from a distant city. The comparison suggests one reading. A school tablet offers another. A later bilingual list gives a third possibility. No translation emerges from intuition alone. It's built through accumulated parallels. Every secure word rests upon many other tablets. This makes the archive resemble a vast broken puzzle whose pieces are scattered across museums, universities, storerooms, and private collections. Some fragments can be joined physically. Their edges match, their clay colour agrees, their handwriting continues across the break. Other pieces belong together only through language. A repeated line appears in two copies, allowing the damaged portion of one to be restored from the other. Such reconstruction is careful work. It is also dangerous. A familiar phrase may tempt a scholar to fill a gap too quickly. The missing words may have differed. Ancient scribes copied faithfully at times, but they also adapted, shortened, expanded, and corrected. No two versions need to be identical. A mainstream historical fact is that many Mesopotamian literary works survive in multiple copies produced centuries apart. These copies often contain variations in spelling, wording, order, and emphasis. The differences reveal that ancient texts had lives. They were not frozen statements preserved without change. Teachers selected passages for students. Priests adjusted rituals. Court scribes reshaped older themes for new rulers. A composition could remain recognizable while slowly becoming something else. This matters greatly when interpreting the Anunnaki. One appearance may belong to a Sumerian hymn. Another may come from a later Akkadian myth. A third may occur in a ritual text copied under different political conditions. Combining every reference into one unified account creates a system that no ancient tablet presents. The temptation is understandable. Modern readers prefer complete profiles. They want names, ranks, origins, motives, and a clear sequence of events. The tablets offer scattered roles. A divine group appears during judgment. A different text invokes them in praise. Another places them among the dead. The reader must resist turning variation into secret code. Not every inconsistency hides a revelation. Sometimes traditions simply differ. A quirky difficulty comes from scribal handwriting. No two hands press wedges in exactly the same manner. Some signs are neat and balanced. Others lean, merge, or shrink until specialists debate where one symbol ends and another begins. A hurried ancient clerk could produce the clay equivalent of terrible handwriting. Immortality may have belonged to the gods, but legibility did not belong to every scribe. Errors also survived. A student might omit a line because two passages ended with similar words. A copyist might repeat a phrase. A damaged source could force a guess. Later readers sometimes corrected these mistakes. leaving marks that reveal an active conversation across generations. The clay preserves uncertainty inside the ancient world itself. Fringe interpreters often claim that conventional scholars intentionally mistranslate key terms to conceal advanced technology or extraterrestrial origins. They point toward words translated as heaven, boat, weapon, radiates, or divine power, then assign modern mechanical meanings. This method can appear persuasive when isolated terms are presented without grammar or literary context. A shining object becomes a machine. A heavenly journey becomes our flight. A divine decree becomes programming. Yet ancient poetry regularly describes sacred objects with brightness, terror, movement, and sound. Metaphor is not evidence of machinery. The strongest translation is usually the one that explains the whole passage, not the most dramatic interpretation of one word. The open scholarly debate concerns how much cultural meaning can ever be carried into modern English. Some translators prefer a close rendering that preserves unusual structure, even when the result sounds difficult. Others choose smoother language that communicates the scene more naturally. A literal version may preserve ambiguity. A literary version may preserve emotional force. Neither approach is perfect. Every translation makes choices. The translator decides whether a divine title becomes Lord, Ruler, Master, or something less familiar. She decides whether one line describes physical movement or symbolic elevation. She decides whether repeated phrases should sound repetitive in English. Ancient audiences may have valued repetition as rhythm and authority. Modern readers may mistake it for poor style. Translation therefore changes not only meaning but mood. You hear the quiet scratch of pencil on paper. The translator writes one possibility, crosses it out and replaces it with another. This hesitation is not weakness. It is honesty. A damaged word may remain uncertain for decades until another tablet appears. New discoveries can transform old readings. A fragment excavated from one city may preserve a line previously known only through a broken copy elsewhere. A lexicalist may reveal that a rare sign had a specialized meaning. A photograph using angled light may expose wedges invisible during earlier study. Ancient texts continue changing because modern tools continue improving. Digital imaging has helped scholars examine surfaces without pressing fragile clay. Three-dimensional models allow tablets to be rotated, enlarged, and compared across great distances. Collections once separated by oceans can now be studied side by side through detailed images. The clay remains ancient. The methods are increasingly precise. Even so, technology cannot recover a missing corner. It can clarify what survives. It cannot invent what does not. Private collections create another problem. A tablet removed from its archaeological setting loses valuable information. Its exact layer, neighbouring objects, building type, and relationship to other finds may never be known. The words remain. Their world disappears. An unprovenance tablet may also be difficult to authenticate because modern forgeries exist. Clay can be shaped today. Signs can be copied from published sources. A dramatic text appearing without excavation records deserves caution, especially when it seems to confirm a popular theory too neatly. Real ancient evidence is often incompetent. It is damaged, repetitive, partial, and resistant to clean conclusions. False evidence tends to know exactly what modern audiences hope to hear. Museums therefore study clay composition, handwriting, sign forms, language, and collection history before accepting unusual claims. No single test settles every case. Authenticity grows from converging evidence. This careful approach can seem slow. It must be slow. One false tablet can distort years of discussion if its message is attractive enough. You turn the fragment slightly. A shallow sign catches the light. The line may describe the gods assigning a destiny. It may describe a ruler receiving authority. The verb can support more than one shade of meaning. Ancient concepts do not always fit into one English term. Destin, decree, function, and allotted role may overlap inside a single word. The difference matters. If gods assign destiny, the scene sounds cosmic. If they assign a duty, it sounds administrative. The original audience may have heard both meanings together. Modern language forces a separation that the ancient text never required. This is where hidden meanings truly live. Not in secret machines or coded star maps, but in concepts that resist modern categories. A temple is both house and institution. A god is both person and power. A name is both identity and function. Heaven is both place and authority. Creation is both birth and organization. When translators choose one meaning, another may fade quietly behind it. The loss is unavoidable. It should not be mistaken for deception. Perhaps every translation is a lantern held near a damaged wall. It reveals one set of marks while casting shadows across another. A different angle changes what becomes visible. No honest scholar claims that one English sentence contains every possibility carried by the clay. The best translations invite revision. They show uncertainty where uncertainty remains. They allow the ancient text to stay slightly strange. The lamp burns lower. The fragment rests between your hands, silent and incomplete. Its broken edge will not explain what disappeared. The surviving signs offer enough meaning to guide you, but not enough to close every question. That incompleteness is not a failure. It is the true shape of the evidence. History speaks through what remains. Mystery gathers around what does not. The scent of cedar smoke lingers in a conquered sanctuary, while unfamiliar soldiers stand beneath painted walls. Their king has entered the city. The old ruler's emblems are removed from gateways, and new inscriptions arrive with carefully chosen titles. Priests remain beside their altars. Scribes remain beside their tablets. The divine statues remain seated in shadow. Everything appears preserved, yet the meaning of the city has begun to change. Empires rarely erase every tradition they inherit. That would be wasteful. A temple contains land, workers, archives, prestige, and the loyalty of people who believe its god protects them. A practical conqueror usually prefers control to destruction. He repairs the sanctuary, confirms selected privileges, and announces that the local deity has welcomed his rule. The conquered population hears continuity. The empire gains obedience. Memory bends without appearing broken. Mesopotamia witnessed this process repeatedly as political power passed among Sumerian cities, Akkadian rulers, Babylonian dynasties, and Assyrian kings. Each regime inherited sacred names older than itself. No ruler could simply declare the ancient gods irrelevant without risking anger, resistance, and the loss of useful institutions. Instead, imperial courts rearranged the divine world. A local god might receive a place within a larger hierarchy. An older story might be retold so that a newly favoured deity occupied its centre. A city's sacred tradition survived, but its position changed. Mainstream historical evidence confirms that Mesopotamian rulers often restored temples belonging to gods outside their own capitals. Foundation inscriptions describe kings rebuilding sanctuaries, renewing offerings, and returning divine images to proper places. These acts were not merely generous. They demonstrated that imperial authority could protect many cities and many gods. A conqueror presented himself as caretaker of the entire sacred landscape. The empire became legitimate because heaven appeared to recognize its reach. You step through a hall where scribes prepare a new royal inscription. One reads an older text aloud. Another copies its ceremonial phrases, changing the ruler's name and adding recent victories. The language sounds ancient because antiquity carries authority. A new king wants his reign to appear inevitable, but he also wants it to appear familiar. He claims restoration rather than invention. He declares that neglected rights have been renewed. He says justice has returned. He announces that the gods chose him because previous rulers failed. The pattern is elegant. Every dynasty arrives as rescuer. Few admit that rescue usually involves taxation. The Akkadian Empire offers an early example of cultural absorption on a broad scale. Its rulers governed regions where Sumerian cities possessed established temples, scribal traditions, and political identities. Akkadian became increasingly important in administration and royal display, yet Sumerian remained prestigious within religious and scholarly life. The languages did not simply replace one another. They interacted. Scribes became guardians of a bilingual world. They translated, copied, adapted, and preserved older compositions while serving new political masters. This process protected ancient tradition. It also transformed them. A divine name crossing into another language might acquire new associations. A story copied for a different court might emphasize loyalty, kingship, or cosmic order in ways suited to imperial concerns. The word survived. Their surroundings changed. Memory does not remain untouched when its audience changes. A hymn sung for one city's patron can sound different when performed beneath the authority of a distant king. A myth about divine conflict can become a lesson about political unity. A tale of creation can justify the supremacy of a favoured capital. The empire does not need to forbid the old story. It only needs to place the story inside a new frame. One striking development occurred in Babylon, where the god Marduk rose from local prominence to extraordinary theological authority. Babylonian scribes presented him as a ruler among gods, a master of destiny, and a defender of cosmic order. Older divine roles were gathered around him. The change did not remove every earlier deity. It reorganized their importance. A sacred system with many ancient centers became increasingly focused upon one imperial city. Political elevation and theological elevation moved together. Researchers associated with Oxford University and Yale University have examined how literary compositions reflected this growth. The evidence suggests gradual development rather than one decree commanding everyone to accept a new theology. Marduk's rise followed Babylon's political fortunes. As the city became powerful, its god became harder to ignore. Success on earth encouraged promotion in heaven. This relationship did not mean ancient worshippers viewed religion as cynical propaganda. Many may have believed sincerely that political victory revealed divine choice. When a city prospered, its god appeared strong. When an empire endured, its sacred orders appeared convincing. Faith and politics could reinforce one another without becoming identical. The boundary between them was porous. A quirky example of imperial memory appears in the habit of collecting ancient inscription. Some rulers searched temple foundations for deposits left by long-dead kings. When workers uncovered these objects, court scholars read and sometimes copied them. The ruler could then claim respect for antiquity while placing his own deposit nearby. He entered a conversation across centuries. Naturally, he also ensured that future builders would discover his name. Ancient preservation often included excellent self-promotion. Assyrian kings developed this politics of inheritance with particular skill. Their capitals contained reliefs, archives, royal monuments, and collections of texts gathered from across the empire. Scholars copied literary works, rituals, omen-theories, medical texts, and lexical lists. This preserved enormous amounts of Mesopotamian knowledge. It also concentrated knowledge within an imperial centre. Texts removed or copied from other cities became part of Assyrian power. An archive could serve scholarship and domination at the same time. The famous library assembled under King Ashurbanipal reveals this double character. His scribes gathered tablets from temples and learned households across Mesopotamia. Some were borrowed for copying. Others may have been acquired through pressure. The resulting collection preserved works that might otherwise have vanished. Yet preservation occurred because an emperor desired control over multitude and scholarly knowledge. The library became a map of conquered memory. Every tablet brought distant wisdom into the orbit of the palace. The open scholarly debate concerns whether imperial collections strengthened or weakened local traditions. Some historians that central archives protected texts by producing additional copies. Others emphasize the loss of context when works were removed from their original communities. A ritual text separated from its temple might survive physically while losing part of its living meaning. A hymn preserved in a palace library might become literature rather than worship. Both outcomes could occur. Empires save what they can use. They also change whatever they save. Fringe theories sometimes describe imperial rewriting as proof of a coordinated effort to remove evidence concerning the Anunnaki. The surviving record offers no clear sign of one unified campaign directed against that divine group. Their roles change because theology changed, languages changed, and different gods gained prominence. Some compositions place them near heavenly authority. Others emphasize their connection with judgment below the earth. The variation reflects centuries of reinterpretation. It does not reveal one forbidden version deliberately removed by every empire. Still, real suppression existed. A defeated ruler's name could be chiseled away. An enemy god could be humiliated. A rebellious city might lose its sacred statue. Court scholars could select texts that supported the reigning dynasty while ignoring those that did not. Erasure was usually local, political, and practical. It did not require perfect coordination. A neglected tradition could disappear more effectively than a banned one. You move into a chamber where old tablets are being sorted. The useful compositions are placed into baskets for copying. Damaged accounts are set aside. A rare hymn remains unread because no student knows its difficult vocabulary. No soldier destroys it. No priest condemns it. The tablet simply fails to enter the new collection. That quiet decision may determine whether the hymn survives another century. Selection shapes history more deeply than dramatic destruction. An empire chooses which festivals receive royal funding. It chooses which temples are rebuilt the first. It chooses which scribes receive grain. It chooses which ancient kings become honoured predecessors and which become rebels, foreigners, or fools. These choices create the official past. People living beneath imperial rule may preserve other memories inside households, local ceremonies, and regional songs. Such traditions leave fewer durable traces. They survive through repetition rather than monuments. A grandmother may tell a child that the city's god once held greater power. A local priest may whisper an older title during a public ritual. A craftsman may carve a familiar symbol beneath the new royal emblem. Memory can obey outwardly while resisting inwardly. Empires understand this perfectly. They command walls, archives, and ceremonies. They cannot fully command what people remember in private. Yet private memory also changes. Children grow up hearing the imperial version beside the local one. The two accounts blend. A conqueror becomes a restorer. A displaced deity becomes an advisor to the new supreme god. A defeat becomes part of a divine plan. Within several generations, adaptation may feel ancient. The new order borrows the voice of the old until few can separate them. The cedar smoke thins as evening enters the sanctuary. A priest approaches the altar carrying bread and oil. He speaks the traditional prayer, but the king named within it is new. The god receives the same offering. The city hears a different political truth. Nothing has been completely erased. Nothing has remained unchanged. This is how empires rewrite memory most effectively. They preserve the shell, alter the arrangement, and allow time to soften the scene. The past continues speaking, but it speaks through the vocabulary of whoever holds the palace. A storyteller sits beside a low fire while rain taps gently against the roof. Children gather near the warmth. Merchants rest their tired feet. An elderly woman spins wool without looking down. The tale begins with a city no listener has visited and a king who lived beyond reliable memory. Some details sound ancient, others sound strangely familiar. The story has travelled through many mouths. Each voice has carried it forward, altered it slightly, and made it useful to an bodhisattva. This is how legends are born. They rarely appear complete. They gather. A remembered ruler joins an older divine tale. A local flood becomes a disaster covering the known world. A temple ritual becomes a journey into darkness. Generations polish rough events until history, faith, and imagination can no longer be separated. The result may preserve something true. It may also conceal that truth beneath beauty. Mesopotamian literature grew through this patient accumulation. Sumerian stories were copied, translated, expanded, and reshaped by speakers of Akkadian. Babylonian and Assyrian scholars inherited characters whose origins reached into distant city traditions. They did not preserve these figures like objects sealed inside jars. They gave them new speeches. They placed them inside different political worlds. They changed the scale of their actions. A hero who belonged to one city could become a figure known across an empire. A local god could enter a universal drama. The transformation is especially clear in the tradition surrounding Gilgamesh. Historical evidence suggests that a ruler bearing this name governed Uruk during the early 3rd millennium before the Common Era. His actual reign remains difficult to reconstruct, yet poems soon gathered round him. In Sumerian compositions, he appears in separate adventures involving warfare, divine beings, death, and extraordinary journeys. These tales did not yet form one continuous biography. They resembled bright fragments surrounding a powerful name. Later Akkadian authors combined and transformed those fragments into a larger meditation on friendship, kingship, pride, grief, and mortality. The legendary king became more human as his fame became greater. He could overcome monsters. He could not overcome death. Scholars connected with Yale University and the University of Chicago have shown how the Gilgamesh tradition changed across centuries of copying. The famous epic was not written by one isolated genius at one moment. It developed through older stories, revised editions, and shifting literary goals. The mature composition bears the marks of many minds. Its power comes partly from that long growth. The poem remembers several ages at once. You hear the storyteller describe a cedar-bound forest tutored by a terrifying being. The audience grows quiet. To an ancient listener, cedar represented wealth, distance, and royal ambition. Mesopotamian cities needed timber from mountain regions far beyond their plains. A heroic expedition into such a forest echoed real desires for resources and prestige. Yet the tale enlarges commerce into myth. The journey becomes a confrontation with limits established by the gods. A practical knee enters legend and returns wearing a sacred mask. This transformation happened repeatedly. Trade routes became roads into supernatural lands. Royal hunts became battles against chaos. Political marriages became divine unions. Foreign enemies became monstrous guardians. Legends reduced complicated struggles into memorable forms. A monster could embody fear more clearly than a network of rival states. A divine command could explain ambition more elegantly than economic pressure. The story became easier to carry because it became less ordinary. One quirky feature of ancient storytelling is the repeated use of enormous measurements, impossible strength, and exaggerated beauty. City walls become perfect. Heroes become unmatched. Divine weapons shake the horizon. Such language was not necessarily intended as factual description. It created distance from common life. A legendary king should not resemble the man arguing over onions in the market. He must seem larger, even when his deepest fear remains painfully human. The Anunnaki entered this growing world of legend through changing literary roles. In some compositions, they formed a divine assembly. In others, they were connected with judgment, fate, or the realm of the dead. Later readers often treat every appearance as part of one hidden biography. Ancient storytellers probably encountered them as a flexible sacred group whose function depended upon the tale being told. Their power came partly from vagueness. A named god possesses a distinct personality. A divine assembly suggests an entire order beyond human sight. The group can witness, judge, decree, or remain silent. That silence leaves room for imagination. Fringe theories often claim that legendary variation proves a deliberate attempt to hide an original historical account. According to this idea, priests transformed real visitors into gods, concealed their technology within metaphor, and divided one clear story into confusing myths. The argument depends upon assuming that the earliest version was simple and literal. No surviving evidence establishes such a version. Oral traditions naturally change. Written traditions change as well. Variation does not require a conspiracy. It requires time, new audiences, and storytellers who understand that an old tale must still speak to living concerns. The open scholarly debate concerns how much oral performance shaped compositions preserved on clay. Some historians emphasize the scribal environment, where trained scholars copied and refined literary works. Others argue that many stories circulated through singers, ritual performers, and household narration before reaching written form. The evidence cannot fully restore the sound of those performances. Repeated phrases, formal speeches, and rhythmic structures suggest that listeners mattered as much as readers. A tablet may preserve the outline of a living voice. It cannot preserve gesture, melody, or the moment when an audience leaned closer. You can almost hear those missing elements. A performer pauses before revealing a god's decision. A child asks whether the hero survives. Someone near the doorway already knows the ending but listens anyway. Stories survive because knowledge of the ending does not destroy their power. The listener returns for the path. Each performance becomes both repetition and renewal. Religious traditions also absorb legendary material. Stories about divine journeys, cosmic battles, and sacred marriages, and vanished rulers could enter festivals or temple teaching. Public ceremony gave certain version authority. Yet popular imagination continued shaping them beyond official control. A priest might explain one meaning. A market singer might emphasize another. A mother telling the tale at night might soften its frightening parts. No institution could freeze the story completely. Language itself encouraged change. When Sumerian compositions entered Akkadian, translators faced ideas without perfect equivalence. A title might acquire a new shade of authority. A poetic image might be replaced by one more familiar to another audience. Divine names could remain unchanged while their relationships shifted. Translation preserved the tale by allowing transformation. Perfect faithfulness might have made it unreadable. Adaptation kept it alive. Legends also moved across cultural boundaries. Mesopotamia traded, fought, and negotiated with peoples across Anatolia, the Levant, Iran, and the Gulf. Merchants carried more than metal, stone, and timber. They carried names. Soldiers carried songs. Diplomats carried royal stories. Captives carried memories into foreign households. Similar themes appeared across neighbouring traditions, including divine councils, sacred mountains, heroic combat, floods, and journeys into the realm of death. These similarities may reflect shared human concerns, direct borrowing, or both. Scholars rarely agree upon one path for every motif. Stories move more easily than armies. They cross borders without needing permission. When a borrowed tale enters a new culture, it does not remain foreign for long. Local names replace unfamiliar ones. Landscapes change. The mountain becomes another mountain. The river becomes another river. The lesson adjusts to local values. Within several generations, listeners may believe the story has always belonged to them. Perhaps in an emotional sense, it does. Ownership follows remembrance. A forgotten legend is therefore not always truly forgotten. It may survive without its first name. A Sumerian image can live inside a Babylonian poem. A Mesopotamian flood survivor can echo within another tradition's sacred history. A divine council can reappear with different members. The outer form changes while the underlying question remains. Why were humans created? Why do cities fall? Why must the good die? Why do the gods remain silent when suffering begins? These questions outlive the cultures that first shaped them. The fire burns lower. The storyteller reaches the moment when the hero must accept a truth he cannot defeat. The audience listens without movement. No one asks whether every detail happened exactly as described, and that is not the only kind of truth the tale carries. The legend preserves fear of death, longing for fame, suspicion of power, and hope that memory can outlast the body. It gives ancient emotion a form strong enough to cross millennia. Perhaps this is why the Anunnaki story feels erased to modern listeners. There is no single tale waiting intact beneath the dust. There are names scattered across hymns, rituals, myths, and learned lists. Modern imagination expects one secret history. Ancient tradition offers a changing field of meanings. The disappointment creates space for invention. What seems missing may never have existed as one complete account. The mystery comes from fragments being forced into a shape they were not designed to hold. Rain continues against the roof. The storyteller finishes, but the room remains quiet. A child will remember the monster. A merchant will remember the journey. The elderly woman will remember the grief of the king. By morning, each listener carries a different version. The legend has changed again. It survives through that change. Morning light falls across the excavation trench, revealing walls that have not seen the sky for thousands of years. You stand at the edge while workers loosen the earth with small tools and patient hands. The soil changes colour near a doorway. A patch of ash appears beneath a collapsed roof. Broken pottery rests beside animal bones, beads, and fragments of bitumen. Nothing announces itself as important. Every object must earn its meaning through context. Archaeology begins with restraint. The excavator records where each fragment lies, how deep it rests, and what surrounds it. A seal found inside a storeroom may suggest administration. The same seal found in disturbed soil may reveal almost nothing. A tablet discovered beside cooking vessels belongs to a different setting from one placed beneath a temple foundation. Location creates relationships. Relationships create interpretation. Without them, an ancient object becomes a beautiful orphan. The first large excavations in Mesopotamia took place during an age of intense European competition. Diplomats, adventurers, engineers, and scholars entered the region searching for cities known from classical and religious traditions. They uncovered monumental sculptures, palace reliefs, inscriptions, and enormous collections of clay tablets. Museums competed for discoveries. Governments measured prestige through antiquities. Knowledge expanded rapidly, though methods were often destructive. Early excavators sometimes tunneled through buildings while pursuing decorated walls and royal objects. Small finds received less attention. Ordinary houses could be cleared quickly because palaces appeared more impressive. The ancient world emerged through the preferences of those digging it. A golden vessel travelled to a museum. A humble basket impression remained in the dust. Modern fieldwork tries to correct this imbalance. Teams study seeds, animal remains, microscopic residues, building materials, and traces of ancient landscapes. A burned grain deposit can reveal diet and storage. Pollen may suggest environmental change. Wear patterns on tools can indicate how they were used. Chemical analysis can identify distant sources of metal or stone. A city is no longer understood only through kings and temples. Its kitchens, workshops, rubbish pits, and drains also speak. Mainstream research from institutions including the University of Chicago, Yale University, and Oxford University has transformed knowledge of Mesopotamian settlements. Survey teams walk across broad landscapes, recording pottery scattered on the surface. These patterns reveal where towns expanded, contracted, or disappeared. Satellite imagery helps identify buried canals and ancient river courses. The result is a history measured across fields rather than monuments alone. Cities appear as parts of larger systems involving villages, pasture, trade routes, and water management. You kneel beside a narrow trench where a line of mud bricks emerges. The bricks look plain, yet their arrangement reveals a room. The room contains grinding stones and several large jars. Perhaps grain was processed here. Perhaps beer was prepared. Perhaps the space changed purpose several times. The objects suggest possibilities, not certainty. Archaeologists compare similar rooms, residue studies, texts, and patterns of use. Interpretation grows from convergence. One clue rarely carries the entire story. Imagination till enters the processor. It must. A wall cannot explain who leaned against it. A bowl cannot name the person who washed it. Researchers reconstruct human behaviour from surviving traces. They picture movement through doors, work performed near light, and gatherings around courtyards. Careful imagination turns the measurements into lived experience. Uncontrolled imagination turns absence into proof. The difference depends upon discipline. A quirky feature of archaeological work is the importance of ancient rubbish. Discarded objects often reveal daily life more honestly than royal inscriptions. A palace text describes abundance. A refuse pit may contain mostly fish bones and cracked barley husks. A ruler claims foreign tribute. A broken storage jar may preserve residue from imported oil. Waste records what people used, damaged, ate, and threw away. History occasionally hides in the least dignified corner of a city. The Anunnaki occupy a difficult place between archaeological evidence and modern imagination. Their names appear in written sources, but no excavation uncovers a building labelled as their command centre. No tool can identify a divine presence inside a layer of soil. Archaeology can study temples, offerings, figurines, inscriptions, and ritual spaces connected with religious belief. It can reveal what people built and deposited. It cannot prove that the beings they worshipped physically walked through the streets. This boundary frustrates those seeking material confirmation of sacred narratives. Fringe writers sometimes present monumental architecture as evidence of assistance from advanced visitors. They point toward large temple platforms, precise brickwork, complex mathematics, and early urban planning. Such achievements can feel astonishing when ancient societies are imagined as simple or primitive. That assumption creates the mystery. Mesopotamian builders possessed skilled labour, measurement systems, organised institutions, and generations of practical knowledge. Mud brick appears humble, but building with it on a massive scale requires experience. Walls must carry weight. Foundations must resist moisture. You must be supplied, fed, and coordinated. Human capability explains the structures without diminishing their wonder. A temple platform rose through thousands of repeated actions. Workers shaped bricks. Others carried baskets. Surveyors checked lines. Officials counted rations. Craftsmen fitted doors and drains. The building became possible because society organised effort across time. No single worker understood every part. The institution held the plan. Large construction therefore reveals administration as much as engineering. The open scholarly debate concerns how labour was recruited for such projects. Some historians emphasise taxation through service, in which households supplied workers for state and temple tasks. Others identify wage labour, dependent workers, prisoners, enslaved people, and seasonal obligations operating together. The evidence varies between cities and periods. A worker receiving grain might be a free labourer, an institutional dependent, or someone fulfilling a duty. Von rationalist ancestors cannot explain every relationship. The ancient workforce contained many levels of freedom and compulsion. You hear brushes moving over a floor covered with tiny impressions. A cluster of ceilings suggests containers once stood here. Each seal may explore an image pressed from a carved cylinder. When the container was opened, the clay closure broke. The discarded fragments preserve scenes of worship, banquets, animals, contests, and divine symbols. Their artistry is miniature. Their administrative purpose is practical. A seal identified responsibility. Its image also communicated status, belief, and belonging. Modern viewers sometimes isolate these scenes and interpret every unusual figure literally. A human standing near a large deity may be described as encountering a giant. A winged creature may become a biological specimen. A star symbol may become a spacecraft. Ancient artists did not follow modern rules of scale or realism. Greater size could indicate greater importance. Composite creatures expressed supernatural power. Repeated poses followed artistic convention. Images must be read within their visual grammar. Ignoring that grammar makes the strange appear technological. The excitement of discovery can encourage dramatic claims. An excavator uncovers an unfamiliar object and newspapers demand an explanation immediately. A cautious answer sounds disappointing. An extraordinary answer travels quickly. Public imagination prefers hidden chambers, lost races, and forbidden knowledge. Archaeological reality moves more slowly. A find must be cleaned, rebutted, compared, dated, tested, and published. Initial interpretations often change. Patience rarely receives the same attention as revelation. Museums shape imagination as well. Objects are removed from crowded ancient settings and placed beneath isolated lights. A ritual vessel becomes art. A royal relief becomes a masterpiece. A damaged figurine becomes evidence for an entire religion. Display creates clarity, but ancient life was not arranged in glass cases. Objects existed among smells, voices, labour, and repeated handling. A statue might be dressed, washed, carried, or fed through ceremony. Seen alone, it appears silent. Within its original setting, it participated in relationships. Reconstruction attempts to restore those relationships. Researchers build models of streets, calculate sightlines, and study how sunlight entered rooms. Experimental archaeologists make mud bricks, fire pottery, weave textiles, and reproduce ancient foods. The purpose is not to pretend the past has returned, it is to test what materials allow. A vessel that looks delicate may prove strong. A room thought dark may receive morning light through an upper opening. Practical experience corrects assumptions formed at a desk. Still, every reconstruction contains choices. The colour of a wall may be uncertain. The height of a roof may remain unknown. The number of people in a procession may be guessed from incomplete evidence. Responsible reconstruction shows these uncertainties. It does not hide them beneath polished confidence. A convincing image can be more misleading than a cautious paragraph. The human mind trusts what it can see. You walk through the excavated doorway and enter the small room. Only the lowest courses of brick survive. No roof remains. No voices remain. Yet the arrangement invites a scene. Someone places a jar near the wall. Another person grinds grain while sunlight reaches the threshold. A child steps across the floor, leaving a footprint in damp plaster. This picture may be possible. It is not proven. The distinction does not destroy the scene. It gives the scene humility. Perhaps archaeology and imagination need one another because evidence alone remains mute, while imagination alone becomes unbounded. The earth provides fragments. The mind provides connection. Good history keeps the connection visible. It allows wonder without pretending that wonder is certainty. The trench grows warmer as the sun rises. Cool measons. A worker lifts a small object from the soil and places it carefully into a tray. It is only a broken piece of clay, marked by one shallow line. Its importance is unknown. No one declares a hidden truth. Measurements are taken. The exact location is written down. The fragment enters the long process through which ancient silence becomes cautious human knowledge. The last copy of a story may disappear without ceremony. No crowd gathers. No ruler announces its death. A tablet remains upon a shelf until damp enters the wall. Insects disturb the basket, or another text receives the space. The story is not defeated. It is simply no longer carried. You stand inside a small provincial temple where winter rain has softened the outer bricks. The roof leaks near the archive room. Several tablets have already collapsed into mud. A priest lifts the surviving pieces and studies them with tired eyes. He recognizes tax records, offering lists, and legal agreements. One damaged hymn is unfamiliar. No one nearby can read its oldest signs. The practical records are moved first. The hymn waits beneath the dripping roof. Stories disappear through choices that seem reasonable at the time. A community preserves what it needs. When grain is scarce, scribal training becomes when war threatens baskets to carry food instead of literature. When a language changes, fewer readers understand the old compositions. When rituals lose importance, the texts supporting them lose patrons. Cultural memory depends upon repeated investment. Without teachers, performers, copyists, and listeners, even a famous tradition can become silent within several generations. Mainstream historical research shows that Sumerian gradually ceased to function as an ordinary spoken language while remaining important in scholarship and religion. Its continued survival required formal education. Students memorized signs and compositions that no longer belonged to daily speech. This process preserved many works for centuries. It also made them vulnerable. A lived language renews itself through homes, streets, jokes, arguments, and songs. A learned language survives through institutions. When those institutions weaken, the language can lose its final refuge. Researchers associated with the University of Pennsylvania and Oxford University have studied changes in scribal curricula across Mesopotamian history. Certain compositions appear repeatedly in school settings. Others become rare. The pattern suggests that teachers shaped survival through selection. Students copied texts considered useful, prestigious, or suitable for instruction. A difficult work with unusual vocabulary demanded time. A familiar proverb trained the same hand more efficiently. The classroom therefore acted as a quiet filter. Education preserved the past. Education also narrowed it. You hear a teacher reciting a traditional line while students press wedges into damp clay. The exercise has been copied for generations. Its repetition gives it a safety. Another story, perhaps stranger and less useful, receives no place in the lesson. Its final surviving tablet may rest in another city. No one knows it is final. That is the troubling part. Loss rarely identifies itself while prevention remains possible. A quirky cause of disappearance involved the reuse of clay. Unfired practice tablets could be soaked, smoothed, and formed again. A student's failed exercise returned to raw material. Temporary notes might be discarded or recycled after their purpose ended. The clay carried writing only briefly. Ancient scribes did not assume every mark deserved eternity. Modern historians may mourn a lost lesson or tale that its original writer considered disposable. Material suitable depends partly upon accident. Fire tablets endure well, but many were not deliberately baked. They survived because buildings burned around them. Fire hardened the clay and preserved records through destruction. A peaceful archive could decay more completely than one consumed by flames. This reversal feels almost cruel. Catastrophe creates archaeological clarity. Stability may leave fewer traces. Stories also vanish when religious priorities change. A deity may lose political importance. A festival may receive less funding. A temple may be absorbed into another institution. The sacred compositions connected with that tradition become less necessary. No that's God's speeches. Neglect performs the work slowly. The divine name appears less often in offerings. Priests with specialized knowledge are not replaced. Local ceremonies shrink. The tradition survives for a time in memory, then becomes an unfamiliar title in an old list. This gradual fading may help explain why the Anunnaki never possessed one continuous history. They belonged to many compositions, theological arrangements, and ritual settings. As these settings changed, some roles remained visible while others disappeared. A divine group involved in one local tradition might lose importance elsewhere. Later scholars could preserve the name while forgetting the original performance surrounding it. The word survives. The experience attached to it does not. Fringe theories often describe such gaps as deliberate concealment. They argue that authorities destroyed records because the contents threatened religion, political power, or accepted history. Deliberate destruction certainly occurred in the ancient world. Enemies defaced monuments. Rulers removed rival names. Conquerors damaged temples. Religious reformers sometimes rejected older practices. Yet most missing literature does not require one organized act of suppression. Time is a more efficient destroyer. It needs no motive. It works through weather, changing language, economic decline, broken institutions, and ordinary indifference. The open scholarly debate concerns how much surviving literature represents elite culture rather than the wider imagination of society. Clay tablets were usually produced by trained writers. Their contents reflect temples, palaces, administrators, scholars, and educated households more clearly than shepherds, labourers, and village storytellers. Some historians believe oral traditions may have been rich and widespread but left little direct evidence. Others caution against inventing a vast lost culture that cannot be tested. The absence is real. Its shape remains uncertain. A song sung during harvest might survive for centuries without being written. A household tale could pass through generations and disappear when one family moved. Women may have preserved traditions within domestic life that formal archives rarely recorded. Workers from distant regions may have blended stories in camps and workshops. Such voices are difficult to recover because durability favoured clay institutions and trained scribes. The archive is not the whole society. It is the portion society placed into lasting form. You step outside the temple and follow a narrow path toward nearby houses. A woman is telling children a story while grinding grain. Her hands continue working as she speaks. The tale concerns a clever animal who deceives a powerful official. The children laugh because the official resembles someone they know. No scribe records the moment. The story may spread through the neighbourhood. It may change by evening. It may survive longer than a royal inscription, yet leave no object for excavation. Oral memory is durable through people and fragile through interruption. One generation must hear, another must care, a third must repeat. Migration can break the chain. A new language can alter the tale until its origin becomes invisible. A religious change can remove the names that once anchored it. Sometimes a story survives by becoming unrecognizable. Its plot enters another tradition. Its hero receives another name. Its sacred setting becomes a folktale. The original identity disappears, but part of the structure continues. This creates a difficult question. Has the story been lost, or has it adapted successfully? Scholars tracing shared themes must distinguish borrowing from coincidence. Floods, dangerous as a journey, divine punishment, and heroic pride can arise in many societies. Human fears repeat even without direct contact. Similar stories do not always share one ancestor. Yet trade and conquest carried narratives across vast regions, making exchange equally plausible. The path of a legend may remain hidden even when its destination is visible. Political geography also determines survival. A great capital attracts excavations, archives, and royal monuments. A smaller settlement may remain beneath farmland or modern buildings. Its local literature stays undiscovered. Uneven excavation creates uneven history. The traditions known today may not have been the most important in antiquity. They may simply come from places where conditions favoured preservation and research. A city destroyed at the right moment can dominate understanding. A city continuously inhabited may hide its earliest layers beneath later streets. Modern borders, conflict, funding and access influence what can be studied. Ancient silence is therefore shaped partly by present circumstances. A tablet may remain underground because a region is unsafe. A collection of mayhem may sit unpublished because specialists are few. A fragment may be stored under the wrong category for decades. Rediscovery does not happen only in trenches. It occurs in museum drawers, old photographs, and forgotten excavation notes. Sometimes a lost composition returns through an object that was never truly missing. It was merely unread. This possibility encourages hope, though it should not encourage fantasy. Most vanished texts will never return. Organic materials decay. Oral performances leave no direct record. Libraries remain unexcavated or destroyed. Even when fragments survive, their endings may not. History is built beside permanent absence. The responsible response is not to fill every gap confidently. It is to understand the forces that created the gap. You return to the leaking archive room. The priest has moved the legal tablets into the dry baskets. The unfamiliar hymn remains on the floor because its surface has begun dissolving. He tries to lift it, but the clay bends. Several signs vanish underneath his fingers. He stops. For a moment, the tablet holds together. Then one corner falls away. No conspiracy watches from the doorway. No enemy enters with a hammer. A tired man, a failing roof, and limited space are enough. The story disappears through ordinary necessity. Perhaps this is the most unsettling truth about cultural memory. Human beings do not need to hate a story to lose it. They only need to stop teaching it. They only need to choose something else. The rain continues. The old signs soften into the clay from which they came. The stone beneath your hand feels colder than the evening air. It bears no image. Only a few lines remain, pressed into clay and copied long after the first speaker died. The words ask why suffering enters a life that appears obedient, deliberate, and just. No answer follows immediately. The question is allowed to remain. Across ancient Mesopotamia, people did not approach the gods only with praise. They complained. They pleaded. They doubted their own worth. They asked why illness struck the innocent, why honest work failed, and why divine favour could vanish without warning. These questions rarely sound like rebellion. They sound like exhaustion. You sit near a man who has lost his position at court. His friends avoid him. His household has grown quiet. He searches his memory for some forgotten offence, perhaps a neglected prayer or an improper word. Nothing seems sufficient. Still, he assumes that some reason must exist. The divine order cannot be mistaken. Therefore, the mistake must be hidden within him. This belief gives suffering an explanation but not comfort. It turns uncertainty inward. A person may examine every action and still find no clear cause. The gods know. Gods know. The human does not. That distance appears throughout Mesopotamian wisdom literature, where speakers wrestle with misfortune and uncertain justice. Mainstream historical research confirms that scribes composed works exploring the limits of human understanding. Some texts resemble dialogues between a suffering person and a companion. Others present individuals who remain devoted while questioning why devotion has brought no protection. Scholars from Yale University and Oxford University study these compositions as serious reflections upon justice, fate, and divine silence. They reveal a culture capable of questioning its own religious assumptions without abandoning them completely. The ancient writer does not necessarily conclude that the gods are cruel. He often concludes that human knowledge is too narrow. What appears unjust may belong to a design beyond mortal sight. This explanation protects cosmic order. It also preserves mystery. You hear a line spoken softly in a dark room. The speaker says that what seems good to a person may appear offensive to a god. The statement unsettles because it weakens every ordinary measure of right conduct. If moral appearance cannot guarantee divine approval, then certainty becomes impossible. A person must continue performing duties without knowing whether they are enough. Faith becomes endurance beneath incomplete knowledge. The Anunnaki, when associated with divine judgment or collective authority, fit naturally within such a worldview. A council of gods suggests that human destiny belongs to decisions made beyond mortal access. The assembly does not explain itself to the farmer, widow, soldier, or child. Its decrees arrive as weather, illness, victory, birth, loss, or unexpected fortune. People experience the result. They do not witness the discussion. This distance creates sacred power. It also creates fear. One unusual ritual response involved personal gods. Many Mesopotamians believed an individual could possess a protective divine patron who represented that person before greater deities. The personal god listened, guided, and interceded. When misfortune arrived, a sufferer might fear that this protector had turned away. The pain was therefore both practical and relational. Illness meant more than bodily weakness. It could suggest abandonment within the divine world. A prayer might ask the absent protector to return, like a neglected friend persuaded to enter the house again. The image is strangely intimate. A universe filled with great gods still leaves room for one small relationship. A quirky feature of some prayers is their careful inclusion of unknown offences. The worshipper confesses sins he cannot identify. He asks forgiveness for rules he may have broken without realizing it. The prayer covers every possibility. Perhaps a ritual was performed incorrectly. Perhaps a promise was forgotten. Perhaps the person stepped somewhere forbidden or spoke carelessly near a sacred object. The uncertainty produces a spiritual form of administrative caution. When unsure which rule was violated, apologize for the entire system. Fringe interpretations sometimes treat divine councils as evidence of secret courts run by advanced beings who manipulated human society. The argument gives cosmic uncertainty a physical explanation. Hidden rulers become responsible for suffering, hierarchy, and sudden disaster. Yet the ancient texts present the gods through religious language, not technical reports. Their assemblies resemble idealized human institutions because people understood authority through councils, palaces, decrees, and ranked offices. The divine world reflected social experience. It also magnified it. A heavenly decision appeared more permanent than any royal command. The open scholarly debate concerns whether Mesopotamian wisdom literature expresses genuine skepticism or disciplined faith. Some historians hear bold criticism beneath the formal language. Others argue that the texts ultimately defend divine order by placing blame upon limited human understanding. A third position suggests that ancient audiences tolerated contradiction more comfortably than modern readers. A person could trust the gods and complain about them. He could accept fate while grieving its cruelty. Faith did not require emotional simplicity. This may be the most human feature of the surviving works. They do not solve suffering. They give suffering a voice. You walk through a quiet neighborhood where lamps glow behind reed screens. Inside one house, a family gathers around someone weakened by fever. A healer has brought herbs, bandages, and ritual words. Medical practice and spiritual protection work together. The body receives treatment. The unseen cause receives prayer. Ancient healing texts contain practical observations beside incantations because illness belonged to several worlds at once. A wound could be cleaned. A fever could also be interpreted. No sharp boundary separated medicine from religion. Researchers associated with the University of Chicago have examined tablets containing remedies made from plants, minerals, oils, and animal materials. Some treatments may have offered genuine relief. Others depended mainly upon symbolic association. The healer observed symptoms carefully, often recording their progression and possible outcome. Yet diagnosis could include divine displeasure, hostile spirits, broken taboos, or sorcery. The patient wanted more than a physical explanation. He wanted to know why this suffering had chosen him. That question remains difficult even in a modern hospital. Science can explain a mechanism without explaining personal meaning. Ancient people faced the same emotional divide. They knew a body could fail. They still asked why this body on this night, within this family. Perhaps every civilization builds stories around that gap. A legal document offers another kind of uncertainty. Mesopotamian law collections are often described as codes, though they did not function exactly like modern law books. They presented decisions, ideals, and examples of justice associated with royal authority. The famous collection of King Hammurabi contains cases involving property, injury, marriage, debt, labour, and social rank. Its penalties differ according to status. Justice was not imagined as identical treatment for every person. It protected order within a hierarchy. A council decree proves that ancient societies could regulate complex disputes with careful detail. Yet the same record reveals unequal values assigned to different lives. A free man, dependent worker, and enslaved person did not receive the same legal protection. This forces a difficult reflection. A civilization may produce mathematics, poetry, and grand temples while accepting suffering that now appears deeply unjust. Admiration must not become innocence. The ancient world deserves attention, not romantic purity. You pass a debtor working another person's field. His labour may repay grain borrowed during a failed harvest. If the debt grows, his family can become vulnerable. Some rulers announced debt relief, releasing certain obligations and restoring people who had lost property or freedom. Such proclamations were celebrated as acts of justice. They also reveal how frequently debt threatened social stability. The king appeared merciful because the system repeatedly created desperation. Justice arrived as correction, not prevention. This pattern echoes within religious thought. Divine mercy is praised because divine punishment is feared. The gods restore because they may also withdraw. The same authority creates danger and rescue. A modern listener may search for a clear moral verdict. Were the gods benevolent? Were they tyrannical? Did people love them or merely fear them? The texts resist one answer. A deity could protect a city and destroy its enemy. A goddess could bless fertility and inspire warfare. A god of wisdom could assist humanity while defending divine privilege. Ancient sacred figures held contradiction because human experience held contradiction. Nature feeds and kills. Key: kings protect and exploit. Families comfort and wound. The gods gathered these opposing realities into personalities vast enough to contain them. Your footsteps slow near the river. Moonlight trembles across the surface. A boatman secures his rope and whispers a brief prayer before leaving. He does not ask for a philosophical explanation of fate. He asks to reach the other bank. Most religious life is heard within such immediate hopes. A safe birth. A favourable contract. Rain at the proper time. A child surviving for you. A traveller returning home. Great cosmic questions grew from ordinary vulnerability. The mystery of humanity's purpose matters because individual lives feel fragile. Why were people created? Why must they labor? Why do the gods need offering? Why does death interrupt every achievement? A creation story can answer the first question by saying humans serve divine needs. That answer creates order, but it also creates unease. Service may explain existence. It does not explain tenderness, imagination, or grief. Human beings do more than fulfill duties. They love people they cannot keep. They build cities they know will decay. They write names into clay because silence feels unbearable. Perhaps this is the true weight of ancient questions. They survive because no age has made them lighter. Modern knowledge explains stars, disease, rivers, and language with greater precision. It has not removed loss. It has not made justice automatic. It has not told every suffering person why misfortune arrived. You remain beside the dark water. The temple towers stand behind you, reduced to shadows against the sky. Somewhere, a scribe copies a lament. Somewhere, a family waits beside a sick child. Somewhere, a king calls his just. The ancient question move among them without resolution. Perhaps they do not demand one final answer. Perhaps their purpose is to prevent certainty from becoming cruel. A person who remembers the uncertainty may judge others more gently. A ruler who remembers fragility may govern with restraint. A believer who admits doubt may listen more carefully. The clay preserves no perfect solution. It preserves the courage to ask. A dry wind moves across the abandoned plain, lifting thin ribbons of dust from the foundations of vanished houses. You walk where a city once stood. No walls rise above your shoulders. No carved gate announces the name of a king. Only low mounds remain, softened by centuries of weather and crossed by the tracks of animals. From a distance, the landscape appears empty. Beneath your feet it is crowded with forgotten lives. A broken spindle rests below one layer of soil. A child's bead lies beneath another. Farther down, the hearth contains ash from a meal prepared before written history began. These objects belong to people whose names were never pressed into clay. They lived outside the bright circle of royal memory. They are the shadows beyond history. Written records create a social illusion. They make the people who wrote them appear central, while those who left no text seem almost absent. Kings speak in the first person. Temples list offerings. Officials record land, grain, labour, and debt. The records are detailed, yet their attention follows authority. A shepherd may enter a tablet as a number. A widow may appear only during a dispute. A child may be counted in a ration list, then disappear completely. The archive notices people when institutions need them. Life extends far beyond that need. You pause beside the remains of a small house. Its rooms surround a narrow courtyard where sunlight once fell across packed earth. A grinding stone stands near the wall. Several bowls were repaired with bitumen before being discarded. The family did not possess gold, monumental statues, or imported furniture. They owned objects worn smooth by repeated use. Their history survives through patience. Someone patched the same vessel because replacing it was difficult. Someone swept the courtyard every morning. Someone placed food near the doorway for reasons no written source explains. Mainstream archaeological research has increasingly focused on households, food remains, burial customs, and patterns of ordinary work. Studies connected with the University of Chicago, Stanford University, and Oxford University show that ancient cities cannot be understood only through palaces and temples. Urban life depended upon farmers, fishers, boat builders, potters, brewers, textile workers, herders, healers, traders, and countless labourers. Their combined actions supported institutions that later claimed divine grandeur. The temple tower dominated the skyline. The household sustained the city. Textile production offers one revealing example. Large institutions employed many women and children in spinning and weaving workshops. Administrative tablets record wool, thread, cloth, rations, and work assignments with impressive precision. The workers themselves often remain little more than names or totals, yet the cloth they produce carried enormous economic value. It could be distributed locally, offered to temples, or exchanged for distant resources. Soft fabric connected households, trade routes, and royal power. Behind every finished garment stood hours of repetitive labour. You hear the faint pull of thread across a loom. The room is warm. Wool fibres cling to skin and clothing. A supervisor checks quantities while workers bend over their tasks. One woman sings quietly. The song is not recorded. Her hands continue moving. The cloth may enter a palace storehouse, but the rhythm belongs to her. This difference between recorded production and unrecorded experience defines much of social history. The tablet counts output. It does not preserve boredom, friendship, or resentment, or private humour. A quirky detail emerges from ancient ration records, which sometimes assigned beer as part of regular payment. Beer was nutritious, widely consumed, and safer than uncertain water in some settings. It came in different strengths and qualities. A worker might receive measured portions according to status, age, or task. Ancient employment could therefore involve wages that arrive partly in bread and beer. The arrangement sounds cheerful until you remember that the amount might determine whether a family ate. Rations were both support and control. Those who distributed food held authority over those who depended upon it. This dependence shaped social relationships. Some workers lived within temple or palace systems. Others owned land, rented fields, practiced trades, or moved seasonally between tasks. Enslaved people also formed part of Mesopotamian society, though their conditions varied. Captives could be brought from war. Individuals could enter bondage through debt or punishment. Some enslaved people managed property, conducted business, or married, while others faced harsh labour and limited freedom. The category was real but not uniform. The open scholarly debate concerns how large the enslaved population was during different periods and how deeply slavery supported urban economies. Some historians emphasized household slavery and war captives. Others argue that dependent labourers, debt servants, and institutional workers formed larger portions of the controlled workforce. The terminology of ancient documents does not always match modern categories cleanly. Status could shift. A person might be legally free yet economically trapped. Another might be enslaved but entrusted with commercial responsibility. The complexity should not soften the injustice. It reveals how many forms dependence can take. The forgotten poor live closest to danger. A failed harvest threatened them first. A canal dispute could remove their water. A military campaign might take labourers from fields during critical seasons. Tax demands could force families to sell property or borrow grain. Royal inscriptions celebrated conquest in distant lands. Ordinary households measured conquest through missing sons, heavier obligations, and rising prices. The empire expanded on a map. An empty seat appeared near the evening meal. Fringe narratives often describe ancient humanity as a single servant population created for the Anunnaki. The idea compresses diverse societies into one dramatic system of control. Mesopotamian creation myths certainly connect human existence with labour and divine service. Social reality was far more varied. People worked for families, temples, palaces, creditors, landlords, and themselves. They negotiated, resisted, fled, complained, formed partnerships, and used legal institutions when possible. They were not passive labourers moving through a single sacred program. Even beneath powerful hierarchies, ordinary people made choices within narrow spaces. A farmer might conceal part of a harvest. A worker might leave an assignment. A merchant might use family connections to avoid a loss. A woman might manage household property during her husband's absence. A debtor might seek protection from a powerful patron. These actions rarely become heroic streaks. They represent survival through intelligence. History often praises open rebellion because rebellion produces dramatic records. Daily resistance leaves smaller marks. A missing payment, an altered measure, a quiet refusal, a move to another district, a complaint delivered through the right relative. You enter a cemetery beyond the city edge. The graves vary in size and richness. Some contain vessels, jewelry, tools, and food offerings. Others hold little more than the body itself. Death did not erase social difference. Wealth followed certain people underground. Yet burial also reveals tenderness. A child may be laid beside small beads. An adult may receive a familiar cup. Relatives return with offering. The dead remain part of household memory even when official history ignores them. Human remains allow researchers to study diet, injury, disease, and physical labour. Teeth preserve signs of nutrition. Bones reveal repeated strain. Chemical traces can suggest where a person grew up. Such evidence gives the silent body a limited voice. It may show that a woman buried in one city spent her childhood elsewhere. It may reveal that a labourer carried heavy loads for years. It may expose unequal access to food between social groups. The skeleton does not provide a name. It provides a life written through pressure. Migration also shaped Mesopotamian cities. People arrived from neighbouring regions as merchants, workers, captives, spouses, and refugees. Languages mixed in streets and markets. Foreign names appeared in documents. Imported customs entered households. Urban identity was never as pure as royal ideology suggested. A city could praise its ancient traditions while depending upon newcomers. Some outsiders eventually became officials or landowners. Others remained marked by origin and status. The boundary between local and foreign shifted according to politics, marriage, and time. Children born in the city might inherit two worlds. Their speech blended accents. Their household gods carried different names. Their meals joined ingredients from several regions. No royal inscription described this gradual creation of mixed identity. It happened through ordinary intimacy. Social history grows from such quiet crossings. It studies who prepared food, who raised children, who repaired walls, who delivered water, and who cared for the sick. These questions may appear smaller than battles or dynasties. They are larger in human scale. A battle lasts one day. Caregiving can last years. A king's monument celebrates one reign. Household labour renews life every morning. The shadows beyond history are not empty spaces waiting for famous names. They are the majority of the ancient world. You leave the cemetery as evening settles across the plain. The low mounds become dark shapes beneath a pale sky. No voice rises from the buried houses. Still, evidence remains in worn thresholds, repaired pottery, strained bones, and seeds trapped beneath floors. These fragments do not reveal one hidden civilization. They reveal something quieter. They show that every grand sacred system rested upon people whose stories were considered too ordinary to preserve. Perhaps the deepest forgotten truth is not that gods once walked among humans. Perhaps it is that countless humans walked here, worked here, loved here, and vanished without becoming part of the official story. The wind moves again. Dust fills the shallow footprints behind you. The plain becomes still. The tablet lies beneath a museum lamp, smaller than the stories built around it. Its surface is shrouded with wedges. Some lines remain clear. Others disappear where the clay has broken away. You lean closer, expecting perhaps a confession, a hidden chronology, or a name that changes everything. Instead, the text offers a hymn. A god receives praise. A city receives protection. Human beings ask for order beneath powers they cannot fully understand. The truth is quieter than the legend. That quietness does not make it empty. What the tablets truly say depends upon which tablets you choose. There is no single Sumerian full book describing the complete history of the Anunnaki. There is no continuous account of their arrival, appearance, technology, government, and departure. The name appears across different genres composed during different centuries. It occurs in hymns, myths, prayers, divine lists, ritual texts, and literary traditions. Each appearance serves a particular purpose. The group may witness a decree. They may represent ancient divine authority. They may join a council. In some later traditions, they may be connected with judgment among the dead. The evidence is scattered because Mesopotamian religion itself was diverse. Every major city possessed its own sacred traditions, temples, festivals, and favoured gods. These local systems overlapped without becoming perfectly uniform. A deity powerful in one city might occupy a smaller role elsewhere. A divine relationship accepted by one of the school could be arranged differently by another. Modern readers often expect a fixed mythology with official biographies and agreed family trees. Ancient belief rarely behaves so neatly. It grew through worship, politics, poetry, and local memory. Mainstream scholarship recognizes the Anunnaki as a collective of important deities whose exact membership and function varied by text and period. The word does not consistently identify one stable group with a known number. Some compositions mention them without naming individual members. Others place better-known gods within a larger assembly. Their significance comes from collective authority rather than personal detail. They resemble a council whose presence confirms that a decision belongs to the sacred order. Researchers associated with the University of Pennsylvania, Yale University, and Oxford University have examined the term across Sumerian and Akkadian sources. Their conclusions remain cautious because ancient usage changed. The surviving material does not support the modern claim that the name simply means beings who descended from the sky to mine gold. That interpretation depends upon loose translations, combined myths, and ideas introduced during the modern period. The tablets do speak about gods descending. They also speak about mountains speaking, weapons roaring, rivers judging, and temples shining like the heavens. Poetic language fills Mesopotamian literature. Literalizing selected images while treating the rest as metaphor produces a distorted reading. A divine descent may describe ceremonial arrival, cosmic movement, or the transfer of authority. It does not automatically describe physical travel from another planet. The ancient world did not separate symbol, place, and divine presence according to modern habits, and a temple could be the god's house and a model of the cosmos. A statue could be crafted by human hands and treated as a living divine body after ritual consecration. A city could exist on earth while reflecting a pattern believed to come from heaven. These ideas were not contradictions to ancient worshippers. They were layers of sacred reality. You examine a line concerning the creation of humanity. The wording is damaged, but parallel compositions help restore part of the scene. Human beings are formed so that divine labour may be reduced and offerings may continue. This theme appears in several Mesopotamian creation traditions. It reflects a society where work, where hierarchy, and food distribution shaped everyday survival. The gods possess temples because human rulers possess palaces. The gods receive offerings because powerful households receive tribute. The divine economy mirrors the human economy while making it cosmic. This does not mean priests secretly invented every belief as a political trick. Religious systems can express social structures without being insincere. People understand the unseen through the institutions they know. A divine assembly resembles a council because councils organize earthly authority. A god issues decrees because kings issue decrees. Heaven becomes imaginable through the language of the city. One quirky detail appears in divine lists where gods are arranged with extraordinary administrative care. Scribes recorded spouses, children, gupta, messengers, gatekeepers, advisors, and related divine figures. The supernatural world possessed households, offices, and ranks. Even eternity seems to have required clerical organization. These lists helped scholars compare traditions and teach theology. They also show that ancient religion could be analytical. The gods were worshipped through emotion and organized through paperwork. The tablets truly say that Mesopotamian thinkers valued order. They imagined creation not only as making substance, but as assigning roles. Cities receive patron gods. Humans receive duties. Kings receive authority. Rivers receive courses. Stars receive paths. Chaos is dangerous because it lacks proper boundaries. Divine power establishes those boundaries and restores them when disorder appears. The Anunnaki belong naturally within this structure as representatives of collective sacred authority. They do not need individual adventures in every text. Their presence can make a judgment feel ancient, weighty, and difficult to challenge. The fringe claim that their history was erased usually begins with a real absence. There is no complete narrative. From that absence, modern writers construct a missing original story. They gather separate passages, translate terms freely, and connect them with modern ideas about genetics, space travel, and resource extraction. The result feels coherent because modern storytelling supplies the coherence. The ancient fragments themselves remain varied. No surviving Sumerian tablet clearly describes laboratories, mechanical spacecraft, or the engineering of humans through advanced biological science. This statement does not prove that ancient people lacked imagination about life beyond the Earth. It means the specific modern narrative is not found in the text as often claimed. The open scholarly debate lies elsewhere. Historians continue discussing how divine groups developed, how local traditions influenced one another, and how later Babylonian scholars reinterpreted older Sumerian material. They debate whether certain myths reflect ritual performance, political ideology, environmental memory, or literary invention. They debate the meaning of rare terms and the relationship between different manuscript versions. These questions are substantial. They do not require hidden technology to remain fascinating. The genuine mysteries concern human thought. Why did one city imagine a god in a particular role while another remembered that deity differently? Why did some stories continue for centuries while others disappeared? How did ordinary worshippers understand complex traditions preserved by elite scribe? How much of temple theology reached the street? How much religion lived in household practices that writing barely records? The tablets answer only parts of these questions. Their silence should be respected rather than converted into certainty. You move towards another display containing a cylinder seal. Its carved scene shows a seated deity, a worshipper, and symbols in the surrounding field. The figures appear formal. Each gesture carries meaning. A modern observer may see a meeting between humans and unusual beings. An ancient observer likely saw rank, devotion, protection, and legitimate access to divine favour. The scene belongs to a culture where image is communicated through convention. The seated figure is larger because of an important shape scale. The horned crown identifies divinity. The raised hand expresses reverence. The symbols name powers or gods. No single feature should be removed from this visual language and treated as a mechanical diagram. The same caution applies to translation. A word can possess several meanings without concealing one secret meaning. Heaven may indicate the sky, the divine realm, or elevated authority. Seed may describe grain, ancestry, offspring, or generative power. Fashioning may refer to forming clay, organizing a role, or bringing something into proper existence. Modern technical vocabulary can be imposed upon these terms, but imposition is not discovery. Responsible interpretation begins by asking how words function across many ancient contexts. It does not begin with the conclusion one hopes to prove. This method may feel less thrilling. It also allows the ancient people to remain themselves. They do not become primitive witnesses attempting to describe modern machines with inadequate language. They become sophisticated creators of religious poetry, administration, mathematics, law, and social memory. Their world was not ours in disguise. It possessed its own categories. To read them honestly, you must enter those categories slowly. You must accept that a god can be a person, a force, a title, and a political symbol at once. You must accept that myth can carry truth without reporting an event literally. You must accept that several conflicting traditions can remain sacred together. Modern culture often wants one answer. Ancient culture could preserve several. A city might honour a creation story that differed from its neighbour's version, without demanding that every contradiction be removed. Religious truth could be lectures, local and ceremonial. The question was not always which account happened exactly. The question was which account gave meaning to this festival, this temple, this ruler, or this crisis. The tablets truly say that human beings felt surrounded by powers larger than themselves. Those powers included storms, rivers, disease, fertility, war, kingship, memory, and death. The gods gave these forces faces and names. Ritual made relationship possible. Offerings created reciprocity. Prayer created language for fear. Myth created form around uncertainty. The Anunnaki stand within that sacred architecture. They are neither simple fiction nor documented visitors from another world. They are part of the way Mesopotamian societies imagined authority beyond human reach. Perhaps this answer feels incomplete because it is incomplete. The tablets are broken. The language is changed. The performances are gone. Many locals' tradition never entered writing. A responsible history cannot restore what has vanished. It can only distinguish what the evidence supports from what modern desire has added. You look once more at the small tablet beneath the lamp. It does not reveal a suppressed technological history. It reveals something more intimate. People lived beneath uncertain skies. They worked, feared, worshipped, argued, and searched for order. They imagined councils beyond sight because the rest of their own lives depended upon decisions made in distant rooms. They placed those invisible powers into stories so that destiny might feel less shapeless. The clay preserves that effort, not a final answer. A human attempt. The first light of dawn touches the upper bricks of a ruined temple. You stand where a stairway once climbed toward a sanctuary above the city. Only the lowest courses remain. Wind has softened the corners. Salt glitters within the clay. A small bird rests upon the broken wall, watching the empty plain with patient indifference. Nothing here offers a final answer. The ruins do not explain why one divine name survived while another disappeared. They do not reveal whether a forgotten priest once guarded a tradition unknown to modern scholars. They do not confirm the stories that later generations placed among the stars. They remain quiet. That quietness is not a refusal. It is the natural condition of the past. History does not wait beneath the earth as one complete account. It survives through fragments separated from their original voices. A foundation deposit preserves a royal hope. A rationalist preserves a household's dependence. A hymn preserves devotion. A broken seal preserves one moment of authority. Each object carries only part of the world that produced it. The missing portions are larger than the surviving ones. You walk slowly across the temple platform. The ancient builders raised it with millions of ordinary movements. Hands shaped wet clay. Baskets crossed courtyards. Officials counted labour. Children watched adults climb ramps beneath the sun. No divine being need to lift the bricks. Human organisation was powerful enough. That fact does not make the structure less mysterious. It makes the mystery more personal. People with fragile bodies and limited lives created monuments intended to outlast generations. They knew the river might shift. They knew walls would crack. Still, they built upward. Perhaps every temple expressed the same quiet refusal to accept disappearance. The gods received houses because human beings wanted permanence to possess and address. A sanctuary gave sacred order a doorway. A statue gave unseen power a face. A tablet gave memory a body. These acts did not remove uncertainty. They made uncertainty easier to approach. Mainstream historical research confirms that Mesopotamian religious traditions changed constantly while presenting themselves as ancient and stable. Cities borrowed from one another. Scribes translated older compositions. Rulers of themselves promoted particular gods. Families maintained local customs beyond official ceremony. The sacred world remained recognizable to Odysseus and Nisos. So it adapted. Complete stillness would have caused it to vanish. Change preserved it. The Anunnaki survived through this movement. Their name crossed languages, political systems, and literary settings. Their membership remained uncertain. Their function shifted. They appeared as a collective weight within divine order rather than as one neatly described family. This flexibility helped the name endure. A narrowly defined tradition might disappear when its temple failed. A broad sacred title could enter new compositions and gather new meanings. Survival often rewards ambiguity. A clear answer belongs to one setting. A suggestive name can travel. Modern imagination continues that journey. The Anunnaki now appear in novels, films, online discussions, spiritual movements, and theories about ancient visitors. These interpretations reveal less about Sumerian religion than about modern unease. People live within systems they do not fully understand. Power appears distant. Technology develops quickly. Institutions make decisions behind closed doors. The idea of hidden beings directing humanity offers a dramatic explanation for feelings that are already present. An ancient divine council becomes a mirror for modern suspicion. A creation myth becomes a theory of controlled origins. A sacred descent becomes a journey through space. The transformation is understandable. Human beings often place present fears inside ancient stories because antiquity gives them depth. One quirky result is that modern images of the Anunnaki sometimes resemble contemporary ideas of officials, scientists, astronauts, or secret rulers. Their clothing changes with the artist. Their machines reflect current technology. Their motives resemble modern political anxieties. A theory presented as ancient may quietly wear the costume of its own century. This does not make every believer foolish. It shows how living myths behave. They absorb the world of those telling them. A legend survives by changing its face. The open scholarly debate concerns how historians should respond to popular interpretations that conflict with evidence. Some researchers prefer direct correction, fearing that silence allows false claims to spread. Others emphasize dialogue, recognizing that people often approach fringe theories through genuine curiosity. A harsh dismissal may protect academic boundaries while closing the door to learning. A careful explanation can preserve wonder without confirming unsupported claims. The challenge is to remove certainty without removing fascination. That balance matters because the ancient world does not need invented machines to become extraordinary. Sumerian cities created complex administration, monumental architecture, formal education, long-distance trade, mathematical visa systems, legal traditions, and literature of lasting emotional power. Their scribes recorded dreams, debts, prayers, insults, recipes, omens, and songs. Their healers mixed observation with ritual. Their rulers claimed divine favour while fearing rebellion. Their labourers received grain and beer while carrying the weight of institutions. Their families loved, argued, mourned, and hoped beneath the same sky visible tonight. This humanity is not a lesser mystery. It is the central one. How did people living within mud-brick cities create ideas that survived kingdoms, languages, and religions? Why do their questions still feel familiar? Why does a lament composed thousands of years ago still resemble private grief? Why does a ruler's claim to divine approval still sound recognizable? Why does the fear of hidden power remain so strong? The answers may lie not in lost technology, but in recurring structures of human life. Authority hides itself. Labour supports grandeur. Memory favours the powerful. Suffering demands explanation. Stories grow around what institutions cannot explain. Every age believes its mysteries are unique. The clay suggests otherwise. You descend from the ruined platform and follow a path toward the dry riverbed. Small fragments of pottery shine among the stones. Each piece once belonged to a vessel shaped for some practical purpose. Water, oil, grain, beer. The vessel broke, but the fragments remained. History behaves in much the same way. The original form is gone. What survives invites reconstruction. You may place several pieces together and recover part of the curve. Another person may arrange them differently. A missing section prevents certainty. The responsible mind does not stop imagining. It imagines carefully. Perhaps the Anunnaki story was never erased through one decisive command. Perhaps it dissolved through translation, selection, conquest, neglect, and the fading of rituals. Perhaps modern people sense that loss and mistake incompleteness for concealment. A hidden hand feels more satisfying than ordinary decay. Conspiracy gives to sand an author. History usually offers weather, damaged archives, changing languages, and human choice. That answer feels less dramatic. It is also more unsettling. A story does not require an enemy to disappear. It requires only a broken chain of attention. One generation stops teaching. Another forgets the old vocabulary. A third finds fragments and invents a new meaning. Soon the invention appears older than the silence from which it grew. The cycle continues because memory is creative. People do not merely preserve the past. They rebuild it according to present needs. This does not mean truth is unreachable. It means truth arrives in degrees. Some facts rest securely upon thousands of records. Other interpretations depend upon a few damaged lines. A careful historian marks the difference. Certainty should grow where evidence converges. Humility should remain where evidence thins. The most honest conclusion may be a boundary rather than an answer. The tablets reveal important divine beings called the Anunnaki. They reveal changing roles within complex religious traditions. They reveal no complete hidden history of visitors who engineered humanity. Beyond that boundary, speculation begins. Speculation can be imaginative and meaningful when named honestly. It becomes misleading only when presented as recovered fact. The sun rises higher. Light enters cracks between the ancient bricks. A lizard moves across the warm surface and disappears beneath a stone. The ruin seems empty, yet life continues around it. Grass grows where priests once walked. Birds nest inside their walls once considered sacred. A farmer passes nearby without looking toward the mound. For him, the ancient city is part of the landscape. For you, it has become a question. Perhaps that is how forgotten places return. Not through complete recovery, through attention. A person pauses. A fragment is lifted. A name is spoken carefully. The past becomes present for a moment, though it never becomes whole. There is tenderness in that limitation. You cannot restore every voice. You can refuse to replace silence with false certainty. You can honour what survives without forcing it to prove what you wish were true. You can allow ancient people to remain complex, distant, and recognisably human. The temple does not need to become a landing platform. The gods do not need to become engineers. The tablets do not need to become coded reports. Their actual world is already vast enough. It contains labour and devotion, fear and calculation, poetry and administration, ordinary meals and cosmic judgment. It contains cities rising from wetlands. It contains rulers who believe their names would endure forever. It contains workers whose names vanished while their bricks remained. It contains divine councils that offered shape to invisible authority. It contains questions no civilization has fully answered. The wind moves softly through the reeds. You listen for something beneath it. No ancient voice speaks clearly. Still, the landscape seems to hold a presence made from memory, imagination, and the faint pressure of human lives upon the earth. Perhaps the story was not erased. Perhaps it changed until its earliest shape could no longer be recognized. Perhaps it waits within scattered lines, not as one secret revelation, but as many incomplete attempts to understand existence. And perhaps the story is not yet complete. The light grows softer within your mind now. The ruins begin to lose their sharp edges. The distant walls fade into warm earth, and the river becomes a silver line beneath a quiet sky. You no longer need to search every shadow. Nothing is asking you to solve the ancient world tonight. The clay rests safely beneath the soil. The stars continue along paths that require no witness. Across the plain, reeds bend gently and rise again. Your breathing can follow that movement. Slowly inward, slowly outward. The questions remain, but they grow lighter. They do not need answers before sleep. They can rest beside you like sealed tablets, present but unopened. Perhaps one carries the name of a forgotten god. Perhaps another contains only barley accounts. Both have crossed an impossible distance. Both belong to people who watched night gather, felt tiredness enter their limbs, and hoped morning would return. You share that small hope with them now. The temples are silent. The workshops are still. No stylus moves across wet clay. No official calls another name. No gate opens beneath the moon. The ancient city settles into darkness without fear. Its people have gone beyond reach, yet the warmth of their lives remains faintly visible. A lamp beside a doorway. Bread cooling on a mat. A child sleeping near a courtyard wall. A prayer spoken too softly for any archive to preserve. Let those images drift apart. Let the river carry them quietly beyond the reeds. There is nothing more to hold. The dust settles. The stars remain. And somewhere beneath the sleeping earth, an unfinished line waits without urgency. Good night.